defaulted land sales, which included approximately 700 properties. And in coordination with the administrative office, we implemented and started collecting the cannabis business tax. We were also able to create a frequently asked questions on our website, which has a lot of detail with regards to secured taxes, unsecured, the do's and don'ts, how to avoid penalties, such things like that are on our website. But I don't want to miss thanking Stephen and Patrick for all their assistance, and Sarah in helping us through our budget this year as well as the coming year. And a special thanks to our staff, because in order for us to have this second tax sale, we pulled staff from all 3 of our divisions in order to meet the deadlines that we needed to conduct that sale.
Thank you for your presentation.
Sure.
And just want to make an obvious statement publicly. Thank you so much for the 700 plus properties. I know that we've been discussing the tax auctions for quite a while, and I'm not going to let that slide without being thankful and showing gratitude that is happening. And I know that there's been conversations about sometime next spring doing a large number, and I won't specifically make a statement. That way we could discuss it, but I appreciate the efforts being made. We just had a tax sale just this last weekend, and that's all due to your efforts, and so thank you, well, you and your staff. Okay. So thank you so much for that. Any further comments or questions on this item? Mr. Carter.
This is even, I know Liz doesn't even know about this, but if you look in the adjustment column for admin, we put in the extraordinary request for the extra properties to be sold on the tax sale. Apparently, we didn't realize that they also entered them into their normal form too, so the adjustments of 289 will be coming out for final budget because it's already been increased.
So it will be 189,000 less that
It'll be
that was the adjustment gets crossed out?
It'll be 1,809,000.
Okay.
And I'll talk to you, Liz. But.
Okay. One of the things I do want to mention is, so what, having 2 tax sales was quite difficult. So that's why we're focusing on doing one large one, probably in May of 2022, so.
Awesome. No, that's perfect, and that's understood. We got to figure out how to work the most efficient way possible for the best results. Any comments or questions? And I know that one of the last comments that I heard when talking about the spring tax auction was, I don't know if you have staff that is retiring or if you have vacancies that are opening up or if they have already. What is your vacancy status right now?
So currently, we're actually, on our tax side, we're down to 1 accountant. We have another accountant, but she is currently on a approved leave, so she'll be out for the next few months. And then we do have 2 vacancies on our tax side, an accounting technician and an accountant. And then we have a vacancy for an accounting technician on our treasury side. So all of them are at some point in the recruitment process. So we're hopeful that we'll be able to fill those. And this past year too, the big success we had too was that we started cross-training all the staff throughout all the divisions, because in the past it's always been, taxes, tax, collections, and treasury. And we were just falling behind, and so we figured, let's cross-train everybody, and everybody jumped in, and they helped out where it was needed. So we're going to struggle a little bit right now because we're really short-staffed at the moment, but hopefully once we bring people on, we'll be able to catch up.
Okay, well, thank you for that information, and I've said it to a couple different departments that it's not to make any promises, but if you struggle to fill those positions because the standard normal way of hiring and recruiting doesn't quite work, to find the right applicants to fill those positions, I would say please come and talk to the board to see what else is possible, because I think it's important that we get those positions filled so we can keep doing the things that you have been doing.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Just like to say, Supervisor Sabatier, that's there's a committee working on that, so that'll be brought back to the board shortly to try to work on figuring out those hard-to-fill positions.
That's so true, and in fact, I believe HR Director Samek has final drafts, and we're looking at the June 22nd agenda. So department heads don't need to come for special approval. We should have it pretty quick. I mean, for the board's consideration, I should say.
Thank you for letting me know, and thank you for just speaking up, because it's still difficult for me to see you. If there's nothing further from the board, let's go ahead and open it up to the public, both in the Zoom room and in the boardroom. I see Maria Valadez. Is your hand up for this specific item? The hand has disappeared. So I'm going to take it that that was not meant for this item. So let's go ahead, and I'm sorry if I missed you earlier. Let's go ahead and bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve Budget Unit 1122 for Treasurer Tax Collector.
We have a motion from Supervisor Simon and a second from Supervisor Pyska. Roll call, please, Johanna.
Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall.
So JT isn't here now.
I don't think I heard. I'm sorry. It might just be the kid
No, it
making
was
noise.
me.
I didn't hear Supervisor Crandall.
My microphone was off.
Okay. Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska.
I don't think,
hear.
yeah, their mics aren't on.
Is your mic up? Aha.
Yes. Okay, and Supervisor Sabatier.
She's not saying it, but the mic was off. Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Yep, have a wonderful day. Moving on, our next item on the list is our Auditor Controller's Office. Mr. Carter, if you could please introduce.
All right. Auditor Controller Budget Unit 1121 is found on page E17, and they are requesting fiscal year 21-22 appropriations of $1,502,154. And I will turn it over to Department Head Kathy Saderlin.
Okay. I had to come over here. I don't have a microphone over there. So I'm being quiet over there. That's because I have no microphone. So I'm going to be really brief because I know we have a long day. And so as provided in your department overview for the Auditor Controller County Clerk, the Auditor Controller is your chief fiscal and accounting officer per government code. And on the county clerk side of the house, the department provides county clerk services identified in statute and as required by the state of California. Funding for this department is primarily through direct reimbursed services as well as net county cost. The estimated revenues of $281,158 include county clerk fees, 1/3 of the SB 2557 property tax admin fee that is shared by the auditor controller and the treasurer tax collector and the assessor, direct charge placement on the tax roll for things like vector control, fire fees, nuisance abatements, and anything that is allowed per law for the taxing jurisdictions. We also have direct accounting services that we provide to the transit agencies, as well as First Five. The unrecorded revenue in this budget includes revenues recorded, sorry, I'm having a hard time breathing up here, and I can't see, by the way, recorded in budget unit 1120, non-department revenue. And that's for the A87 cost plan, and for 21-22, that's in excess of $3 million. As Stephen stated, our appropriations are $1,501,154, and this is an increase of $276,73 over the previous year. That is 98.8% of that is the salary and benefits that are a result of the class study, which tells you that the rest of our appropriations are very stable. The accomplishments and the goals were listed in your packet, and they were presented in accordance with the budget overview instructions that were provided. And so you'll see in there that I have numbered them based on the 1 through 5 that we were told to tie them to. So that's why you see those numbers there if you were curious about that, what that was. The Auditor Controller County Clerk accomplishments are a collective effort of the small but mighty team in the Auditor Controller's office and the County Clerk. And not going to go into a big thank you. I thank the team every single day, but again, publicly, I'll thank them again. To highlight a couple of our accomplishments, I'm going to jump to just one of them, and that is my fifth one that I listed. That's hire an assistant auditor controller after 8 failed recruitments. And at this time, I'm going to formally introduce Genevieve Harrington. She's been sitting here with us all day.
Welcome to the team.
Yes.
5 weeks later.
Yes. So that's your formal introduction to her. I think all of you have probably chatted with her a little bit. She comes to us from Butte County. She has 14 years of experience in Butte County. She worked in the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, the recorder, county clerk recorder, as well as the auditor controller. So we're very lucky to have her. She has a degree in finance, and she currently is residing in Tina Scott's, Supervisor Scott's district, and I believe she's looking to buy a home, perhaps in Supervisor Crandall's district. So, yes, very happy, very happy. So, to just close out, again, I've listed the goals for the upcoming year. Some of those are revenue related, so that hopefully revenue generation on the very first one that we have, which is the e-payables, which will generate rebate revenues. So that will increase revenues for our department. And we actually are beginning phase 2 of the finance system modernization project next week. And I will be asking at some point, probably through the American Rescue Plan, I will be making a request for some technology money for the county clerk. There is some, our current system, we are automated, but our current system is on older technology. And so we need to upgrade, and at the same time, we will be able to offer some additional services, online and kiosk type services. So that will be coming to you. So I think that's all I have for the auditor controller.
Would you like to continue with the disaster response, and then we'll go ahead and see if we have any questions?
Yeah.
I'm coming in this time because there's extra in 1920 that I have to explain. So disaster response and recovery, budget unit 1920, found on page E77. The appropriations in the budget book are $16,019,989. But as I mentioned earlier in the beginning, due to a generator not being completed, the project at the jail, we would like to reinstate a $525,000 appropriation in account 6274, which is a capital asset, and it's for 1920, budget unit 1920, and that's for the jail generator. And if you look in your budget book now, it only shows $343,000 because that's what it was adopted, but at mid-year we increased it to $525,000.
Thank you, Stephen. So, again, as provided in the department overview for the disaster response and recovery budget unit, this budget unit contains activity for the 12 federally funded disasters, as well as monies for PSPS, CARES Act, and American Rescue Plan Act. Since the writing of the overview, we have another disaster that's been declared, the 2021 drought. At which point that one has not been funded by federal or state, but we're in line. This budget's extremely challenging to forecast as we continue to just respond to disaster after disaster. As Stephen said, appropriations presented are $16,019,989, and then we have the adjustment, which will bring the appropriations up to $16,544,989. And that will keep that jail generator project moving. Revenue in the department is both disaster reimbursement, primarily disaster reimbursement, as well as the various additional disaster-related funding that we mentioned above. The revenue estimates for 21-22 are $8,120,330, and that's simply based on the current information I have on expected expense reimbursements, as well as the allocation, the second anticipated allocation of the American Rescue Plan Act funding of $6,253,113, which is scheduled on May of 2022. And just so you know, the first allocation was received on May 1st of 2021. The CARES Act and we call it ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act funding in this budget unit is administered through the decision-making process of an ad hoc committee, and that's comprised of the county administration, 2 board members, the auditor controller, and the public health director. And I believe Carol's going to address some of this later today. I'm not quite sure, but that's just a snippet of it. The accomplishments of this budget unit as listed, we just continue to just work. Every single one of the disasters is still in some form. There is one, actually. Jerusalem fire is actually closed, but it isn't audited yet. So we continue to just plug away, and each day, practically, a new requirement comes to us or a new ask comes to us from either FEMA, Cal OES, or from OES. So we're moving through that, and we do have, this past year, this department had an allocation, a position allocation that was an accountant, and we switched that to a program manager, and it's Leisha Phillips, and she's been wonderful. So she's just working away at it, and one of the things that we accomplished is through Carol's brainstorming, we don't have enough space in our office for disaster allocation of the position allocation, nor do we have enough space for all of their files, because as you can imagine, there are just stacks of them in there. So we have space on the 3rd floor where we've set up a disaster response and recovery office, and it's very nice, and we appreciate it very much. And we can actually keep the one person that is in there, as well as all of their backup files are right there. So they will also be able to locate there in case we have an activated EOC, because they're going to be at a place that's going to be more accessible instead of being embedded in the auditor controller's office. So that's where she is at now. And we also have an additional position allocation for an accountant to assist her, so maybe we can get some of these closed out. And we do have a tentative offer of employment, but this person will come in, hopefully, and we'll split it, because I have a vacancy in auditor controller as well. We're going to kind of split the person, half disaster response and recovery, half auditor controller, have some cross-training going on, see what happens as disaster response and recovery has to expand and contract. We'll have that person trained in both areas. So those are all of that. And just, we do plan to bring, Leisha and I do plan to bring before your board kind of a status of all of the disasters. It's really hard to, off the top of your head, just rattle them off. When there was only 6 of them, it was very easy, but not anymore. Just for a quick snippet, all of the disasters so far and the obligated amounts, approved amounts we've had over the last 5 years is $36,613,000. So it's a lot. It's a lot of money going through that budget unit. So with that, if you have any questions that I can't answer.
She's
And
very
yeah,
nervous.
I'm looking at you, Supervisor Sabatier. You're going to ask me a question, I just know. And I didn't bring a pen to write with up here, so I won't be able to write down.
We'll send you
If I say
whatever
I'm going to
notes.
get back to you, I probably won't, but it is on tape, so.
Don't worry, it's recorded. You could always
Yeah,
review the video.
Exactly.
Any questions from the board? So I do have one question. It's not related necessarily to the budget. It's related to your department. I know that you've been critical throughout all of our emergencies with dealing with FEMA, dealing with the state, getting reimbursements. And it's a general question, and I hope the answer is what I think it's going to be. How many times have any of our claims denied?
When you say denied,
Not there needs to be a change, because that's always going to happen. But like, I don't believe I've ever heard of us getting denied reimbursements on the things that we've been keeping track of. It's just such a labor-intensive effort to keep track and get all the data that they require. And mainly where I'm going, and the answer is close to no. It doesn't happen that often, as far as I'm concerned. Do you agree with that?
Well, it hasn't happened at all. We're very careful about our requests. So until you come to the end of the line and you've closed it out, you've closed out each of the projects, and every single one of these events has multiple projects, obviously. And until you close out all the projects within an event and then close out the event, and then you're audited, that's when you're going to be denied. So
Well, we've closed out some projects.
we don't submit things that we know, if they have a potential to not be.
How about this? Let me change it around.
Okay.
I'm deeply embedded in the conversations that we have that comes with emergencies and the amount of work that your staff is doing. And I think I just want to commend you and your staff for how much detail you keep track of and how much you are aware of what's being submitted and what's happening with these emergencies. Because it's not just collecting paperwork. There's a lot of processes involved. There's a lot of keeping track of all the changes and regulations that are involved. Things are being sent to us with no outlines of how to utilize the money, what's going to be approved. You have to keep track of latest legislation and things like that. There is a very labor-intensive part that comes along with, are we going to get reimbursed? I just wanted to commend you and your staff for the work that you are doing, because I'm not worried that we are going to go and get reimbursed. I know that you are very adamant about the details, and you remind us every single time that we're on an EOC call, remember to do this, remember to do that. So I just wanted to thank you and your team. We've worked with Leisha also throughout the CARES Act stuff and working with her through the ARPA stuff, and I just wanted to make sure to make that statement.
I appreciate that. It does take all of us to make it happen, and obviously it couldn't happen if departments weren't listening, if you all weren't listening. So you've made, when you ask me that question, I can say, I have some confidence that we're doing it what we're supposed to do, because everybody is working on it collaboratively, and we all are listening, and we're all paying attention. And if there was any pushback on that, then it would be more difficult. So you all make it very easy for us to. Difficult, but you make it easier with that collaboration. So,
No further
thank you.
No further questions from me. Sorry to put you on the hot spot on that one. If there's nothing more from anyone on the board, let's open this up to the public. Any questions from the public, both in the board chambers and in the Zoom room? And seeing none, let's bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve Budget Union 1121 and 1920.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Scott, second by Supervisor Simon. Johanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
All right, next up is Animal Care and Control, Budget Unit 2703. That can be found on page E166, and their requested appropriations are $1,142,010. And I'll turn it over to the department head, Jonathan Armis.
Well, good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Jonathan Armis. I'm the Director of Lake County Animal Care and Control and for the Animal Medical Clinic. I was just going to talk quickly about both of those two budget units, just real quickly. So Animal Control does respond to calls for animal issues, includes stray dogs, aggressive dogs, injured animals, welfare checks, and more. Last calendar year, we did 1,300 calls for assistance, and we are responsible for the care of stray dogs, or stray animals, I should say, while we try to reunite, adopt, or transfer them to new homes. And so during this same time of the last calendar year, we actually had our live release rates go up to 76%. And if there's an animal that's injured, we have to provide that medical care. And that's where the medical clinic comes in. It assists our animal control by providing that care to those animals. That is within the shelter's care. They help keep adoption costs low, rates up, and help provide public services through programs like Community Cat Program, low-cost spay, neuter, and vaccine clinics. And so animal control during the pandemic had continued its regular operations, while the medical clinic had to cease a lot of their public services, like the vaccine clinic and low-cost spay, neuter. So for our budget this year compared to the previous year, we do see we're anticipating a small increase in humane sales, a moderate increase in labor costs, and a small increase to services and supplies funding, while the medical clinic will aim to have a similar revenue figure from last year with small increases to labor costs and a decrease into supplies and service funding.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, I don't really have any questions either. I think your expenses and revenues kind of go hand in hand, and the increase comes hand in hand, so it looks very simple to me, and stability in your staff as well. How's your vacancies?
So for full-time, we're just about 100% for full-time positions. We are in the process of hiring a senior animal control officer who should be starting in about 2 weeks, 3 weeks. But our extra help is, our kennel staff, for example, is pretty short right now. Part of the problem was that during the pandemic, I did not rehire people during the height of it, as it wasn't necessary. And so now that things are easing up, we're trying to hire those people back, or hire those who have left. Trying to refill those positions, sorry. And we're just hoping we're close to getting that up there.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that.
Mr. Chair, just a reminder to your board too that that you have an ad hoc committee that will be working with JT soon on the, to develop better revenue streams, or funding streams, I should say, for the clinic. And so we're hopeful of getting that committee functioning here pretty quick.
Okay. And actually that brings up another question. Is LEAP in any of these budgets, or are those completely separate and now and into a nonprofit status? I'm seeing Mr. Carter say no.
They're not in a nonprofit status. There's still money tied to LEAP. I don't know the number off the top of my head, but I believe those sources were generally like a donation base before.
Okay. So they're just in a specific, almost like enterprise fund where they can only be spent on certain things?
Correct.
Agency fund.
I believe so.
Agency fund. Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and open it up to the public if there's no further comments from the board, and see if anyone has a comment or question. And seeing none, let's bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to pass budget units 2703 and 2711 for animal control and vet medical clinic.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Simon, second by Supervisor Pyska. Johanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is probation, budget unit 2302, found on page E141. And their expected appropriations or requested appropriations are $5,783,861. And I will turn it over to the Chief Probation Officer, Rob Howe.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board. A couple of quick thank yous to go out here to people on my staff. Tiffany Hars, our Staff Services Analyst Senior, and Wendy Monfrans, the Assistant Chief Probation Officer, for their assistance in preparation of this budget. And as always, a big thank you to admin, specifically Stephen Carter. Always answers my phone call, always has time. I very much appreciate that. And I love the patriotic shirt and mask coordination as well. Beautiful. So probation, just as a bit of an overview, we provide services that enhance public safety. We're an arm of the Lake County Superior Court, and as such, we conduct investigations, author reports, and make recommendations to Lake County Superior Court judges. We supervise offenders and utilize evidence-based practices in programming, testing, counseling, and assessment with the objective of reducing recidivism. We engage in the collection of restitution and support victim restoration programs. We supervise usually around 1,000 adult offenders and 100 juvenile offenders. We are a general fund department, however, a little unique in that about 53% of our revenue is not general fund. We rely pretty heavily on state and federal funding and grants. Going into the budget, if you're looking at it, there's very little change from last year, no new position allocations or anything like that. There was an increase in overall requested amount, primarily due to the increase in salaries and benefits to the county. There was some service and supply increase as well. If you look at that, it's primarily due to personnel and hiring issues. We, like most departments, have dealt with some pretty significant turnover and vacancy rates. We're looking at hiring hopefully 8 probation officers this year and maybe a few civilian employees, and that's expensive, of course, for us as peace officers, for the probation officers at least, very expensive. In addition to the normal hiring process, we have backgrounds and psychs and medical, and then once we do get someone hired, we have a lot of costly state mandated training that goes all within 1 year, the core course, PC 832, which is firearms and arrest, and other trainings that go with it. So that kind of accounts for most of the increase, the large part of the increase. And I certainly hope to spend that increase because it'll mean we've had some success in hiring. I'm pretty optimistic with that. Other than that, not a lot of changes. I would normally go into some of our goals and achievements, but I know we are on a time crunch and I know you guys have those. So I think instead of that, I will, I'm more than willing to talk about anything you want, expand on those goals or accomplishments or any part of the budget. So with that, open to questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Any comments? Supervisor Crandall.
I'm just glad to see under goals for 21-22, the partnership with the Office of Ed to reintroduce the Family Wrap program. I know that's beneficial considering the fact that we don't have a juvenile hall and we have to contract outside of the county. So it's really helpful to have that service to help our youth and families.
Yeah, we're excited about that. We had that program through some state funding that ran out a few years ago. So to be able to reintroduce that with Office of Education and some grant money is something we're really looking forward to.
Thank you for that.
I'll
Supervisor
just
Simon?
follow up on that too. The other goal there, with your department, Rob, is the boys, bring the girls' circle and the boys' council classes to the school districts too. So
Yeah.
just want to make comment.
Yeah, we currently have 4 officers trained and ready to do that. We have agreements in place with Upper Lake and Clear Lake school districts or schools in those areas, and we're in contact with the others trying to get that for any school that wants it this fall.
Excellent.
Thank you very much. I do have a question. You said you didn't have any changes in position allocations. I see here that you dropped by 3. Is that incorrect?
No additions in position allocation. That's the welfare fraud investigator positions that will be transferring over to the district attorney's office.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. And then my only question is more of a logistical question. I know that over the course of the past year, we've turned the old juvenile hall that was being used by both the day reporting center and also had office space for you in classrooms. How has that been for you and your department with that operation going there with Elijah House?
Well, as some other department heads have, I think, brought up, we had to learn to cope with distance learning with our clients and with telework options for our employees. So that's how we're functioning right now is, and we've learned a lot from that. Actually, a lot of it works real well. A lot of it we're going to continue on. I would like many like to keep the telework as an option, at least a hybrid of it. And for our DRC classes and our clients, the option to do it remotely is something we want to continue to do. It's always been a problem here in Lake County. We're a spread out county, so a lot of our probationers are on the South Shore or North Shore and have a lot of difficulty getting here. So we've got some loaner devices, and allowing them to do a lot of the courses remotely is beneficial. I think we'll continue that to some extent.
Good. So you get a leg brace and a hotspot at the same time. All
That's
right.
true.
I'm glad
They
it's
should
worked.
combine those. That's a good invention.
I'm glad that it's worked out for you, because I was a little concerned at first, but I know you were very optimistic, and I appreciate you being flexible with that program going there, because I think it's a huge boon to the community as well. Any further questions? All right, let's open it up to the public. Any questions or comments from the public on probation, both in the boardroom and the Zoom room? And hearing none, let's bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve Budget Unit 2302, probation.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Simon, second by Supervisor Crandall. Johanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Director Howe. And we're going to take a break so that we can go outside and meet with our congressman and get a big check.
I want to keep the big check. We want to play with it.
I'm back. Supervisor Scott, I'm sure you can see that we added a little prop to our front area of the dais.
Sam, can you zoom in on it for a moment so Supervisor Scott can see it?
This is what we just received momentarily from Congressman Thompson's office.
Sweet.
And this is something that we will see over the course of the next 2 years coming from the American Rescue Plan to provide the resources needed for Lake County to recover from COVID-19 and lead us into the future.
Amazing.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Sam. Appreciate it.
Very thankful. But we still have work to do, and so let's get back to it. Our next one is our, looks like division from Public Health.
It is Public Health. Jail Medical Services, Budget Unit 2304 is the first one on the list. Page E145, and I will turn it over to the Department Head, Denise Pomeroy.
Hi, good afternoon, your board, and congratulations on your check. That's awesome. So we're starting off with some of our smaller budget units. Budget Unit 2304 is the Jail Medical Services. This is a contracted service with WellPath, previously known as California Forensic Medical Group. This is a 3-year contract. We will be entering into year 3 of the contract, starting July 1st. The contract is raised annually by the Western Rural CPI. We did have quite a bit of savings in the contract last year because of COVID-19, because the jails were decompressed to save the spread of COVID-19. But this is a very expensive contract. It's very costly to run the jail medical services. We do have some funding from AB 109 that covers some of the costs, but the majority of the cost is covered by the general fund. Both public health and behavioral health also contribute to the cost of this budget unit in the amount like $600 and something thousand. I don't remember exactly what it is off the top of my head. And I'm not sure, $614,000, I guess. I'm looking at my notes. So we will be looking, we look at this every 3 years to see if this is an agent, something that we need to go out to RFP on. In prior years, there really hasn't been any competitive agencies in California that support this type of resource, but now we've been brought to our attention there are a couple, so we will definitely be having that conversation towards the end of this year with the county admin officers and Stephen and of course Sheriff Martin and Norm out at the jail and stuff to see, look at that cost analysis and see if that is something that the county wants to do. With that, if you have any questions.
And let's go ahead and go through all of your budget items, and then we'll go ahead and go with questions.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. The next budget unit is Budget Unit 4010, Environmental Health. Environmental health is the regulatory. I'll try to keep this short because I know you guys have a really long day, and a lot of you know what we do. Environmental health is a regulatory agency. It is a fee-for-service division. Their programs include things like consumer protection, retail food, pools, public spas, small water systems, detention facilities, body art, fixed facilities, temporary events. Land development permits include sewage, water supply, wells, including abandonment. And then local enforcement, they are the local enforcement agency for the Waste Management Hazardous Materials Group for businesses and emergency response. And then they have their CUPA program as well. They've been a huge help this last year and a half during COVID-19. They really were our educators to the community whenever we had complaints. Environmental health, went out and called the businesses, talked to the businesses, walked them through ways that they could provide safe service and provide services underneath the COVID restrictions by the state. They were amazing. They went in the field, they worked in our EOC, some of them worked in contact tracing, some of them did Spanish interpretation for us. So, as always, when we get into an emergency situation, we drop everything that we're doing and respond. And it has been a year and a half of hurry up and respond, hurry up and respond, hurry up and respond. So I thank them for all their hard work and all their overtime that they put in during the last year. They did implement the micro kitchen program per your board's request during COVID last year. We currently have, it's in a pilot project, and EH will be coming back to your board to give you an update in July. Right now we have 3 permitted facilities, 1 in District 1, 3, and 5. There were 6 other applications, but those agencies have not finished their processes yet. So we'll wait and see if we get 2 more. We're allowing 1 in each district for the pilot, and then we'll bring it back to your board and we'll open that up from there. And I think I'm going to leave it there because you have our notes. I think I'm going to leave it there. All right, Veterans Services. Pull that one up. Sorry, I'm pulling these up as we go. I have them arranged. So Veteran Services is another small division that we have. The Veteran Services and the Veteran Services office is located next to, or under the museum, actually next to the museum over in downtown Lakeport. They service about 7,000 veterans and their families in Lake County. They also service about 3,000 nationwide. They have veterans from all over the state and the country, some in active duty that they also service. They're recognized for the importance of the merit of the congressional veteran service organizations. They bring in, last year, they paid approximately $45 million out in new benefits and new claims and reopened claims for their approximately 10,000 customers. They also helped quite a bit with COVID, and so I want to thank them for their contributions to the department and the county during COVID. And I think we're going to leave it there for now with them. There isn't really very many changes to their budget. They're a small budget unit, and they're pretty status quo. They have 3 employees, and that's the same number of employees that they had almost 30 years ago. And we'll move on to, I'll do public health last. Health Services Administration. That is the admin office of the health department over here on Bevins. That is where we, as a division, underneath the work of our new admin manager, Tony Valdez, and he's on with me today, so I'll let him speak if he has anything that I've missed. This was his first go-round of budgets with the county. He's pretty new with the department, and him and his team did a really good job for their first time. I was really proud of them. They've also worked a lot of hours during COVID. We are not the one department, but the main department that didn't get any breaks last year. We all worked. Majority of us were in office or in the field, and a ton of overtime hours. So some of our budgets will go down next year because we won't have that overtime with COVID. So that's good news. But we oversee all the other divisions in the department: public health, environmental health, veterans, geomedical, emergency medical services, tobacco education. And then while we don't oversee the finances of First Five, the staff from First Five are part of our department. We mainly receive our funding through charging back to the units for our oversight. That includes continued work of about 53 programs. Those are average programs that the division tracks, invoices, and works with the state and federal agencies on for compliance. We do all, of course, of the budgeting of all the programs, the payroll, the accounts payable, all of the administrative tasks that the health department needs. And there's been a lot this last year with COVID. I really want to thank the team over there. They've had to work really, really quickly with all of the changes that the state has put in. You know, one day something was allowed and the very next day or a week later, they're like, oh yeah, we're not going to allow that. You have to take it out of this pot of money over here. So it's been a lot of learning, a lot of hard work, and I'm really proud of everything that they've done. We continue to look for new funding sources. We do have new funding from COVID coming into the department. We will be bringing that back to your board as soon as we have more information on it, and we will be hiring and doing more position appointments just for COVID. Right now, we are working with some contractors and some agreements. We have 9 temps here working on COVID-related activities, and so we have our work cut out for us yet for another year of COVID-19 response, while we try to get all the departments back into their normal programs and get those programs back up and running. Next, we'll move on to tobacco. Tobacco education, which is budget unit 4016, is basically a pass-through. The requirements are mandated. The funding comes in from Proposition 99 and Proposition 56. The funds doubled. Their funds were doubled a year or two ago, which allowed the programs to include, you know, a youth group coalition, adult group coalition, and a health education coalition. The work in tobacco continued during COVID. It was one of the programs we were able to keep going, even though while some of their staff assisted with COVID, this was a program they were able to continue to work on. There's a whole list of accomplishments and goals that they have. These are all state required goals or programs according to our current 3-year funding cycle. The expenses for tobacco are allocated in public health, and then every quarter as those expenses are calculated and submitted to the state, then they're reimbursed from the Tobacco Education Fund. And there's not much change in their program. They did extend our work plan for 6 additional months because of COVID to allow the programs across the state to complete their scope of work activities. So that was nice. Moving on, let's see what else I have left here. I think it's just public health. Did I miss one? Let's see.
That looks to be it.
Public health. So my last one, public health. I thought I had these in order, but when they're coming up, they're not quite coming up in order. So public health is our biggest budget unit, and of course has had the biggest impact by COVID-19. Before I get into their budget, I just want to give a huge shout out to all the health department staff. They really, I'm so proud of them, and they really did an amazing job during COVID. Everything that was thrown at them, we were able to handle. And you know, and it, like I said, it changed daily, you know, and they just did an amazing job. And it was it's a small but mighty leadership team, and they worked their butts off for this county for 15 months. And They're all finally getting some very, very deserved time off as we move into the next chapter of COVID-19. With that said, I also want to thank all the departments out there that helped. Carol and her admin stepped in and helped. All the DSW workers, social services, behavioral health, Rob House department, Lars and Katie with logistics, Pam in HR helping with us, getting us temps. And so, you know, this really extended beyond the health department to run like the vaccination drive-throughs. It took around 40 people working 10-hour days, 4 days a week. It was no easy task, but from what I hear from other counties and other health directors and health officers, ours was one of the best run agencies events, both for testing and for the vaccination units. They went through with very little hiccups, and when we did have a hiccup, we addressed it immediately and came up with solutions. So I want to give a big shout out to the entire county. And I can't forget the auditor's office, Kathy and Alicia. They helped out with all that FEMA stuff. It's so crazy that we should have down now, but again, they changed their rules, pretty regularly as well. So with that, of course, last year, that was public health's main response. I mean, we were in COVID mode all year. We are now transitioning back to some of our normal programs and trying to get them back up and running. And there's a huge list, like I said, altogether we have, for the whole health department, we have about 53 programs that we oversee. We do have more money this year. We are receiving additional COVID funds, which pretty much has almost doubled our budget. Those funds are allocated for the direct response of COVID-19 as it continues through the next couple of years. We've worked with so many agencies in the county to help us. This has not been a health department response. It's been a county response. So we've partnered with Healthy Start, Lake County Office of Ed, First 5, Hope Rising, Lake Family Resource Center, a whole bunch of different people and agencies to help us with this response. And we will continue to do so as we move into the next chapter of it. We are still seeing a staffing shortage, so I want to echo what Director Marketan said regarding a desire for the county to get up to 100% of median as soon as it's feasibly possible. We are still having recruitment issues and difficulty recruiting required mandated licensed staff and even others. We just had an accountant who we just got trained 6-7 months here and just kind of getting her up and okay, she can work independently for the most part, and she went to Mindo, same exact job, $5 more an hour. So we still face those struggles, and I'm so proud of the county for doing everything that they can, and the CCR and Carol and her team, but we're still struggling. We have about 24% vacancies right now. Out of 55 positions, we have 13 vacant, which is about 24%. EH has 13 staff, 3 vacancies. Public Health has 34 staff, 9 vacancies. Admin has 8 staff with 1 vacancy. We currently have 9 temps working for our agency, and the majority of those are working on COVID response activities. But we do have 2 over in Public Health that are filling in some positions that are currently vacant. So we still struggle with that. We've been struggling to hire a director of nursing. Carolyn Holiday has been amazing this last year and a half, but we still struggle. We've hired a recruiting company to help us with that, and we had our first interview this morning. So we'll see how that continues. But They've been working with us now for 6 weeks, and we've had one candidate, so still very much a struggle. We also have gotten into more agreements and contracts, so we have a half-time epidemiologist on contract with the county now. We just got a second part-time epidemiologist to work on our EMS project, and that's a much smaller agreement, a smaller timeline. We have our acting public health officer on contract, and we're looking to do agreements with other agencies to help us facilitate the COVID communication and message with our additional funding that's coming in, which we will be back before your board with all that funding and positions. We do look to buy a mobile medical van this year with our PHI funding that we're just now receiving. We have lots of potential use for this for the department, so that will also be coming back to your board. And with that, I'm going to end it there. That's probably longer than what you guys needed to hear, but thank you for allowing me to go through the budget units.
Thank you
and I'm not sure, did I miss anything, Tony?
Thank you very much for your
Great.
presentation.
I was just going to mention that the PHI funding, we heard about that after this budget was submitted, and that's why it's not in the capital asset list.
Right, and we have the ELC expansion funding too, which is like 3.5 million over the next couple years. And so we have a lot of stuff to bring to your board. We also have some AB 86 funding for the schools that we just received notice on, and we're working on bringing that over to your board as well.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I apologize, Anthony, for speaking above you.
Mr. Chair,
at the
we
same
do have a
time.
question about the capital asset.
Please.
Does that capital asset need to be added before September final budget, which would be now? Or can it wait until September 14th?
Good question. I mean, we are going to bring it to your board when we get the allocation approved and we've submitted in the budget, and then we'll bring it forward as unanticipated revenue with the asset attached.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions from board members?
I don't necessarily have a question. I just want to, highlight the Veterans Department. The three people that work in there bringing in a lot of, they serve a lot of veterans that bring in a lot of dollars to the county. I don't think a lot of people, I'm sure it's been brought up before, but these dollars are paid for rent, mortgage, and all sorts of other things aside from homelessness. And so I just, with all the cases that I noticed in the list that they do, there's just still a lot more that they touch when they do this work. So it's a very, very, very good job, and it's very beneficial to the county. It brings a lot to our economy. Gets people in the first-time home buyer situations, gets them health care, their burial benefits, all entitled benefits that people aren't aware of and sometimes won't go and receive. But because our three employees, they go on the radio, they do outreach and ensure that people find out about this so that they can get that funding that wouldn't even be spent or taking care of people. So just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you for doing so. Any other comment? So I want to thank Public Health for all the work that they have done. Obviously, this last year has been difficult. COVID-19, not only have you dealt with the difficulty of the virus, but also the unfortunate politicizing of the situation as well. I think that definitely need to commend your entire staff for hanging in there and pulling through. And we're so fortunate that we're in the situation we're in, where our numbers are staying low, and we're able to see the light at the end of the tunnel. And next week, things will definitely start changing even more dramatically. What I'm looking for, and you discussed it a little bit, is it's not gone. So I don't know how much of your department will continue to be focused on COVID-19, even with the restrictions lifted, versus going back to some of the conversations that we had just before COVID-19 changed everything, such as we were talking about tobacco retail licensing, we were talking about those types of conversations where we're looking to take some steps to change the health metrics and eventually get ourselves out of the position that we're in and have been for quite a long time. Is that something that your department is looking at moving forward with in the near future, or is that not yet on your radar because of the status still, the virus is still here, there are still some cases, and so on and so forth?
It's a mix. It is on our radar. We are trying to get staff at least 50% back into their programs. As we hire more staff to do the COVID-19 response, we will have to have, some of our leadership staff be involved in the planning and execution of those activities. Mainly at this point, we're still really engaged with vaccination. We do expect to see a slight surge over the next few weeks. Will be very common with things lifting up and opening up. We don't think it's going to be anything that we had to deal with before, where it was really bad and our hospitals were being impacted and our medical community was being impacted. But it's normal to see a little bit. So we will have to do some more contact tracing and keep track of all those cases and things just like we did prior. But we're really trying to hire staff with this new funding, temporary agreements, contracts, whatever we can do, so that our staff can get back to some normal business with all of the other amazing things that they do for this community. And tobacco, SNAP Ed, nutrition, oral health, maternal, child, adolescent health, home visiting, all of those things that, and for the most part, excluding tobacco and nutrition, pretty much everything got put on hold all year. So we're restarting all, back to square one to get all those programs back up and, engaged again.
And as you as you stated, that for the tobacco program, you got an extension from the state of 6 months to be able to fulfill the program needs. Is that what's happening with the majority of your grants that you're also receiving from the state or federal?
It is. A majority of them are either not penalizing for not reaching the scope of work during the year of COVID-19 response, or they're extending it, or they're carrying the scope of work over to the next performance measure. Most of actually all of our programs, I think, except for tobacco, is by reimbursement. So, everyone was pulled out of their programs and put onto COVID. And so, our billing and invoice that we usually do of almost, $500,000 every quarter was under 100,000 per quarter. So, one quarter, I think it was only like $19,000 we invoiced out. So that's money we don't get in. Fortunately, we've had COVID money come in to cover our costs, but all of the programs have been very gracious with the state and health departments on expanding or extending the due dates on the scope of work activities, or allowing us to carry them over to the next grant cycle.
No, that's good. And I was hopeful that that's what would happen, and I'm glad that is what's happening. Quick final question on your budget. As you stated that you are seeing an increase in what you're receiving from the state, and also I see that you have 2 new allocation positions. Are those positions, were they added during COVID-19? Are they being added for this specific fiscal year? And just trying to figure out if it was due to the surge and what we were dealing with, or if that's a constant that you anticipate to see in the future.
It's a constant we expect to see in the future over the next 2 to 3 years with communicable disease in general.
Okay. Thank you very much.
COVID-19 response, for sure, but we expect to see this to carry on for a while yet. We're still going to have a lot of work to do as a health department.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any further questions from board members before we move on to the public? Okay. Let's go ahead and open it up for the public, both in the boardroom and the Zoom room. Any comments or questions? And let's bring it back for approvals.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve Budget Unit 2304, 4010, 4011, 4012, 4016, and 5321.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Scott, second by Supervisor Simon. Johanna, roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And
Thank you.
thank you very much, Director Pomeroy. Next, we have the special districts. If you would please come to the gray table right there. And Mr. Carter, if you could please introduce.
So, special districts, their first budget unit is the many lighting districts between budget unit 8210 through 8219, and they have a myriad of budget units, so I won't list that many, but the lighting districts start on page E311. And I'll turn it over to the department head.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Chair Sabatier.
We're getting the right angle from you.
Check. Thank you, Chair Sabatier, members of the board. Scott Harder, Lake County Special Districts Administrator. I've got my Deputy Administrator Fiscal here, Jesse Salmeron, with me. First off, I want to thank Stephen and Jesse for their assistance putting this together. This is my first round through the county budget process at this level, so their office, the admin office, was very helpful in getting through that. Second, I really want to just acknowledge my staff. This last 15 months with COVID has been challenging, and in spite of all the changes, the required PPE, the customer service, no customers in the office, in spite of all those challenges, they have continued to provide water and sewer service to our 35,000 customers continuously without interruption, very valiantly. So want to acknowledge the work of my staff throughout the pandemic. Water and sewer didn't get to take a break. We didn't work from home. They were still out there working in the trenches, ensuring that the customers and the constituents in this county had clean water and had sewer that was collected and treated safely and disposed of safely. So just wanted to acknowledge my staff for this past year. That said, we will jump into the lighting district. As Stephen said, there's a myriad of lighting districts. We've got 9 lighting districts within the county that we oversee and manage, and for the most part, they're fairly routine. We pay the bills and the lights stay on. 2 exceptions to that in this upcoming fiscal year. We are looking to complete the consolidation of the Clear Lake Oaks and Clear Lake Keys lighting districts. So both of those lighting districts, there's 2 out in Clear Lake Oaks. So we want to do a consolidation through the LAPCO process there, and it will also require expanding the boundaries to encompass the lights that were put in with CDBG funding a couple of years ago. That was a goal in prior years, but due to COVID, that really didn't get addressed this last year. So that's on the table this year. Additionally, the Kelseyville Lighting District, we have finally completed our audit process. Staff has been working diligently with PG&E for, I'd say, about 18 to 24 months. And they finally completed that audit process, identified which lights are ours within the district. We were being billed for quite a few lights that were Caltrans or not our lights to be billed with. And so we've received credits from PG&E on that. And that has all kind of worked itself out. Things are not as dire as they initially seemed to be a couple of years ago. I know a couple of years back, reserves in that fund were running really low, and we were looking at a need for an almost immediate rate increase. We still have a need for a rate increase, but it's not as pressing, so we'll be pushing forward with that rate increase in Kelseyville this year. So that's it for the lighting districts. Do we want to address each kind of section with questions or keep moving forward?
Let's go all the way through, and then we'll come back with the questions.
Okay, sounds great. The next two items are what we call kind of satellite sewer system. It's budget unit 8351, and that's on page E321, and budget unit 8352 on page E323. Those are our Land's End and Corinthian Bay sewer systems. We refer to them as satellite systems because they are collection systems only. Those two budget units, neither of them support a wastewater treatment plant. For the Land's End budget unit, that sewer is collected out of the South Lakeport and Land's End area. It's conveyed to Lakeport and treated by the City of Lakeport Municipal Sewer District. We have an agreement which expires in 2026 with the city for the exchange of sewer. They take some of ours from this area and treat it. Then they have the ability also to ship some from the northern part of the city, which is then treated at our Northwest Treatment Plant. Corinthian Bay is a small collection system which transmits the sewage to Kelseyville Treatment Plant, and it's treated there. Those are pretty status quo, not really much to mention in those. Operations moving forward for those are pretty straightforward. Budget unit 8353 is on page E325. That's our Middletown sewer budget. So for the Middletown wastewater treatment plant, we have wrapped up the Anderson Springs sewer collection system, and that ties into the Middletown treatment plant. So that was one of the accomplishments. One of the goals moving forward this coming year is to implement a rate increase out there. That's kind of been on the radar since right around the time of the Valley Fire, but one catastrophe after another and one disaster after another made it rather unpalatable to come and address a rate increase there. Middletown Sewer is one of our districts that actually doesn't have a CPI tied to the rate structure. So as the cost of providing services goes up, we're not adjusting the rates proportionally. So we'll need to go through a Proposition 218 notification process and go through the whole rate increase process. But we need to really do that. Our revenues are diminishing. We're not critical, but we need to address it before too much longer. So that's a goal for that district this year. Just for point of reference, the sewer fees are $36.20 for every 2 months. So really kind of a steal of a deal. So haven't been increased since the mid-1990s is my understanding. So. The next budget unit on page E328 is budget unit 8354. That's Lake County Sanitation District for the Southeast Regional System. Southeast Regional System, our Southeast Sewer District, is our largest budget unit, and that's our largest service area. We serve about 18,000 customers there. We've got over 100 miles of sewer collection pipe in that district. Quite a large system. Some of our accomplishments this last year, even in spite of COVID and the other challenges faced, were the installation of Tesla battery backup systems. We worked with Tesla. I believe there are 7 locations that we ended up with. There was 9 that we originally proposed throughout our different systems in the county to secure funding through the Self-Generation Improvement Program. It's sponsored by the CPUC. And what that provides is it provides backup batteries at some of our larger facilities. And in Southeast, we're looking at doing that at the wastewater treatment plant, at 2 of our large lift stations, which will provide for backup power at 4 hours of peak load. So under average load, we could get up to 2 days worth of backup power, and at no cost to us. So working with Tesla and through the SCHIP program, we were able to secure the battery backups at 2 of our major lift stations and the wastewater treatment plant there. So it provides us some redundancy in the event of PSPSs, which we know are going to happen. But it also should help reduce our operating costs. Most of our PG&E accounts that we have are time of use. So between 5 p.m. and 9 p.m., we get charged peak rates. Well, running sewer lift stations or wastewater treatment plants, we don't have the option to not use those facilities during peak times. We have to keep them running. What the batteries will allow us to do is charge up those batteries during the lower cost PG&E rate structure and then run the system off of the battery during the higher rate structure. So we anticipate somewhere between 10 and 15% operating savings for the facilities where we're going to install those batteries. So that was one of the accomplishments in the last year. We were also finally successful. We got notification this spring on some IRWN funding, so Integrated Wastewater Management Program. So we're in a regional program with some of the other county agencies. We secured about $5 million. About $1 million of that's going to Hidden Valley. The remaining $4 million is being used in some of our various districts. And within the Southeast District, we're getting about $2 million for our I&I program. So we're going to be able to secure a new I&I inspection van. We're going to be able to do some slip lining repairs, some very needed projects, all through grant funding. So in the coming year, some of our goals are to focus on the implementation of those I&I projects, get those done. We're looking at upgrades to our SCADA system. It was talked about earlier. You were talking about security. Currently, most of our SCADA systems are what we call air gapped, so they're not tied into the network and they're not tied into the internet. That kind of limits our ability to remotely check on things, but it also provides us that layer of security that someone has to have physical access in order to compromise our system. So that's kind of where we're at on that, but we're working with Shane to ensure that if we move to something that provides us more ability, we still have that security in place. So we've got some SCADA upgrades to do in Southeast. We want to finish up, there's one more lift station down there where we want to get the Tesla battery backup system in there. And then one of the other major goals we're looking at, we've purchased a septic hauler receiving station. So when septic haulers currently dump, they're kind of dumping on the honor system. They fill out their ticket, put it in the box, tell us how many gallons of wastewater that they dumped, and then we charge them accordingly. We have purchased in the last fiscal year a station that they have to hook up to. It's key code locked. They'll dump through that. It will check the quality to ensure that it's not out of compliance with our standards for dumping, and then it'll also record the volume and provide them a ticket. So we're going to finish the installation of that in this upcoming fiscal year. That's one of our goals for Southeast. Currently, we allow septic haulers to dump at Northwest and Southeast. Once we install this, we'll only allow them to dump at Southeast through this system. We're also looking at additional grant funding to purchase one for Northwest and get that up there as well. So. Next budget unit would be Budget Unit 8355. It's page E331. That's our Northwest Regional System. Again, this is another large wastewater system that we have, serves most of the North Shore, North Lakeport, north portions of the city of Lakeport, Upper Lake, Lucerne, Nice, Conote, and Paradise Valley. So this system also has about 100 miles worth of sewer collection systems. Again, in this system, we've got 2 of the Tesla backup battery systems. We're going to have one out at the wastewater treatment plant itself and one at lift station 2, which is one of our larger lift stations there. We're also working on SCADA upgrades within Northwest. Some of our SCADA systems were running on old XP computers. It's been decades since they were upgraded. So we're pursuing some upgrades on the SCADA system out here in Northwest as well. We're going to increase our line cleaning and manhole inspections. We've had a really good program in the past couple of years down in Southeast, and so we're kind of expanding that and duplicating that structure up in Northwest to get more aggressive at doing our line cleaning and manhole inspections up there. So in line with that, one of our goals is we're going to purchase and implement some additional sewer camera equipment that's going to facilitate that. We're going to finish the installation of those SCHIP funded backup battery systems, and we're going to get more inspection done up there. There's some deferred maintenance, and we're going to address that and make sure that it doesn't cause spills or issues moving forward. So. Next budget unit is 8356 on page E334. That's our Anderson Springs Sewer District. That project is now finally complete. We're in the final closeout phases of the grant management aspects of that project. A really incredible project in response to the Valley Fire. We were able to get the collection system installed for the 300 properties that are in that community down there, tied into the Middletown treatment plant. Currently, to date, we've got about 75 grinder pumps which have been installed as people are rebuilding, and we're getting, I'd say, probably 2 to 4 a month. There was a pretty good surge at first with the reconstruction effort. We're seeing that taper off, but there still is reconstruction and rebuilding going on in that neighborhood. So one of our goals is we want to add solar to one of the telemetry stations. The telemetry station down by the community center there is only powered by AC power. The other ones are out within the community, and they also have solar and battery backup, so they stay up when the power goes down. That wasn't thought of at the time for the one that's at the community center. So we're going to be adding solar there, and then we're just going to continue to meet with the clients, the customers out there, as they rebuild and facilitate them rebuilding and getting connected to the sewer system. So. Next budget unit on page E336 is budget unit 8460, Spring Valley Campground. This one's kind of a non-starter. We send out bills, I believe it's $18 a year. Spring Valley is interesting in that it's a CSA, a county service area, where we're not only responsible for the water, but when it was established back in 1967, 1968, it was done in such a fashion that Special Districts is also responsible for the roads, the campground, which is a park, and the bridges out there in addition to the water. So kind of unusual in our aspect. We don't typically manage roads or parks, but in Spring Valley we do. So this budget unit's kind of a non-starter, it's kind of status quo. We collect the campground fees. There's a volunteer subcommittee that kind of runs the campground. There's a restroom out there, and there's some other minor amenities, but it's mostly kind of a camping area, and it's typically run by volunteers out there in the community. Budget Unit 8462 on page E338, the Spring Valley CSA. As I mentioned, Spring Valley CSA number 2 provides the funding and operation of the potable water system out there, as well as the roads, bridges, and we do have a dam out there as well that we're responsible for. Accomplishments in the previous fiscal year, we secured IRWM funding for $900,000 for the lake bed recovery project. So that is a project which has been going on probably for 15 plus years. Mark Dellinger, my predecessor, twice removed, started that project, has acquired the permits to do dredging out there at the Spring Valley Lake area and restore the lake volume back to its original design. So we're moving forward on that. We did secure funding to assist with that. We're in negotiations currently with a consultant for the design phase. Some preliminary designs were done, and now we're looking at moving on to the next phase of that. Prior to construction, we're also talking with, his name escapes me, Don Van Pelt out there at Cache Creek, for the construction aspect of that. It's going to be phased over 3 years, at least 3 years, for the removal of those materials out there to restore the lake, but we have secured funding through IRWM for that. We also secured funding for a Coil Trail waterline replacement project. So 2 or 3 years ago in the previous IRWM funding cycle, we were able to do waterline replacement. I think we had about $600,000 worth of waterline replacement. So we were able to get quite a bit of main line replaced out there. We were able to loop the system in a couple areas, which helps improve water quality because it's not stagnant at the end of a dead-end street. It helps keep the water fresh. And, but at the time, we weren't able to complete the project. There was an additive alternate in the bid. We didn't have enough funding to complete it, and that's the extension and replacement on Quail Trail. So we applied for the next funding cycle of IRWM, and we were successful, and we're going to be pursuing that project this fiscal year. Currently in negotiations with the contract or the consultant who did the design previously, local engineering firm, Rizika Engineering, to finalize and update the design of that, and then we'll get that out to bid. Oh, okay. Oh, we also have an application in. We're working with the State Water Resources Control Board for some SRF funding for a distribution pressure zone study. Spring Valley is kind of unique in that it's very hilly, but there's only one tank. So there's a lot of elevation change throughout the district, and it's not consistent. It's not just built on one hillside where it starts high and then runs low. It's hills intermittently throughout it. So that provides challenges to us because in order to maintain legal water pressure down or up at the high elevations, we have significantly high water pressure down in the valley. And because it's not down the slope, we can't put pressure reducing valves because then there's another hill and we have to be able to maintain minimum water pressure up there. So that presents some problems if we have water leaks or, those are exacerbated by the high pressure. Sometimes the pressure down on the valley floor can get up to 120, 140 PSI. The customers have their own pressure reducing valves. So we've got an application into the state to study, can we rectify that with some different pressure zones? Can we put additional tanks in other locations? Can we station system PRVs in such locations that it helps balance the system out better? We're able to operate at lower operating pressure, so if we do have leaks, we're not losing as much water. So that's one of our goals, is to hopefully secure that funding. We've been working with the state on getting that for a study for about 18 months now, unsuccessfully, but the state seems to move slow with SRF funding typically. So, and then Shasta Road is the only actual paved road we have out there. The rest of them that were constructed in 1967 were either chip seal or double chip seal. But Shasta Road was actually paved with hot asphalt at least 6 years ago. I believe it's closer to 8 years, but it's ready for a crack seal. So we need to do some maintenance on that to preserve the investment that was done 8 years ago and extend the life so we can get a good useful life out of that. So that's one of our goals as well, is to perform a crack seal, seal coat project out there on Shasta Road. So. Moving on to Budget Unit 8466 on page E360. That's CSA 6 Finley. The Finley water system has actually been joined with the Kelseyville water system in the eyes of the state. It's one water system. However, we have a separate budget unit because they have separate water rate structures. So at one time before they were combined, there was an intertie for emergency purposes. The two systems had separate rate structures. Now in the eyes of the state, they are one water system, but we still have two budget units to identify the differing rate structures. So pretty status quo out in Finley, nothing really interesting going on out there. 8467 is CSA 7 Bonanza Springs. That was taken over as part of the Cobb area consolidation. So this is just left over in that regard. Budget Unit 8473 on page E364 is CSA 13 Konotei. Konotei's a pretty easy water system to maintain. It's a groundwater system. We've got 3 tank locations out there. We serve about 140 to 150 connections out there. Not a whole lot. It's kind of status quo. We're able to provide water. We don't have anything that's been critical in the past. No big projects in the future. We are monitoring out at one of the tank sites there. We were concerned there was some cracks in the asphalt about 14, 15 months ago. We wanted to make sure that the ground wasn't moving it, so we hired a geologist, and we're kind of ongoing, continuing the monitoring of that. At this point, we're not seeing any movement. So it appears that the cracks in the asphalt were surface only, but the hillside underneath tank site 1 is not slipping or moving at this point. So very pleased with that, because that would be problematic. So. Budget Unit 8476, CSA 16, Paradise Valley, that has also been consolidated with the Clear Lake Oaks Water District. Budget Unit 8478, Starview Water, part of the Cobb Water now. Budget Unit 8480, CSA 20, Soda Bay Water, on page E372. So, in Soda Bay, excuse me, accomplishments, we are just wrapping up our hazard mitigation project out there. We had a project as a result of some hazard mitigation funds we acquired after the Valley Fire to replace 4 of the redwood tanks with bolted steel tanks. When we put it out to bid, the construction prices had shot through the roof. So we re-advertised it, and prices are still high. Steel prices and all construction materials right now are very high. So we had to restructure the project when we put it out to bid the second time with additive alternates in there, and unfortunately we were only able to complete the replacement of 2 of the tanks. But that project is wrapping up finally. We're just in the project closeout phase. Your board approved the notice of completion yesterday's meeting. 30 days from now, after that's recorded, we'll be releasing retention and processing the rest of the closeout paperwork on that. We do have an application in for another cycle of HMGP funding for the other 2 tanks. So we are pursuing getting the other 2 redwood tanks repaired as well. We've got a really good program out there as far as maintenance inspection of all the fire hydrants. We do that on a regular basis. They fill out a maintenance inspection sheet. If there's deficiencies, those repairs are made, and we coordinate pretty good out there with the homeowners association. So we keep in good communication with them. That makes them feel safe, that the hydrants are in good working order, especially as we head into the summer fire season. They know that they can rely on those if there's a need. So. We have a grant application in, and it's been in and deemed complete since December of 2016 with the State Water Resources Control Board to secure about $5 million in funding for water treatment plant upgrades out there. So during the summer season, the algae in the lake can be problematic to treat. And our Soda Bay water system is a surface water treatment plant off of Clear Lake. And during those high algae times, it's very challenging. And so what happens is we have to backwash our filters and clarifiers much more than normal, and so our production ability goes down. So we're taking the time that we normally be producing water, we're flushing those filters out backwards, we're wasting that water, it's going into ponds, we can reincorporate it back into the treatment process at no more than 10%. But it does slow the production down. So we've got an application in with the state, and we're finally actually starting to get some traction again. I got an email yesterday from the Division of Financial Assistance. They've got a new representative assigned to it. They seem to change them on a fairly regular basis. And she's asking for a few things, updated financials. You know, the financials that we submitted when we put in the application were current, but now she's wanting updated financials because it's taken them so long to get down to this point in the game. Updated environmental documents. Nothing we can't provide, but I'm happy to say that it does appear that we're starting to see some movement on that again. So Soda Bay, our water system out there does have a connection moratorium. We were able in the last fiscal year to work with the State Water Resources Control Board and our district engineer. They didn't waive it, but they did provide for 56 additional connections. So we still have some open connections to help spur people who are looking to develop or who want to sell their lot. You know, it was frustrating for people who had lots out there and they couldn't build or they couldn't develop because of the connection moratorium. So we were able to acquire in the last fiscal year 56 additional connections through a demonstrated reduction in use. So we showed the state that, hey, look, our demand has gone down. Our treatment plant is still able to provide water at this level, should provide us these additional connections. They reviewed the information we provided and agreed, and they gave us a letter saying they'd support 56 additional connections. So we're looking forward to funding the treatment plant project. Funding of that treatment plant project will then lift the connection moratorium and restore the ability for people to hook up to the water system if they so desire. So that's one of the goals for this coming year, is hopefully secure that funding, working with the state. They've been really good about saying that as soon as we're funded for that construction project, they'll consider lifting the moratorium, because they know that that connection and that construction will be completed. So they're not even waiting until we get the construction completed, but they're willing to work with us at that point in time. So. Budget Unit 8481 on page E375. That's our North Lakeport water system. So in North Lakeport, we have the Tesla battery backup system. That was one of the accomplishments. Soda Bay did not meet the income requirements. So we tried for that one. We put in an application for that one. We had an application for one in Middletown as well, but did not meet the income requirements down there as well. So, but North Lakeport, we did meet the income requirements. So we've got a Tesla backup system going in there at the water treatment plant. It's actually in there. They're working through the startup process of that. Should be completed in this fiscal year and available for us moving into the upcoming PSPS season. So that was one of the accomplishments. Staff has tuned the chemical delivery system. We're getting more effective treatment of water using less of the treatment chemicals that we use. So that's good. We have applied for construction funding for a water treatment plant upgrade there as well. So similar to Soda Bay, we're looking for some pre-treatment ability at North Lakeport. Something that will help pull the organics off before it gets to our filters and our clarifiers and then our ozone treatment, to help with our efficiencies when the water quality gets challenging to treat. Interestingly enough, in North Lakeport, the challenge doesn't seem to be so much the algae during the summer, because of the way that the winds blow. It usually blows offshore, so it keeps our intake clear. But in the wintertime, we see an increase in turbidity or muddy water coming in from Middle Creek, and that becomes challenging to treat. So it's a similar process that we're looking at providing, but slightly different technology that will treat and help remove some of the silt and sediment during the wintertime. Goals for fiscal year 21-22 moving forward: perform more annual maintenance and inspection of all the fire hydrants. We also need to get out there and do some valve maintenance. There's some deferred maintenance on some of those 12-inch lines. We recently had a water main break over the hospital, and we were not able to shut down some of those 12-inch valves as we should have been able to, in a fashion that would have provided us the response that we needed to see. We were able to get it fixed, but did not go as smoothly as we had hoped. So we've got some deferred maintenance out there that we'll be addressing in the upcoming fiscal year to get that system working a little better. And then one of the other goals is to secure that funding for those plant upgrades and improvements. It's about $5 million construction that we're looking to secure for there. Budget Unit 8482, Mount Hannah Water System, has been consolidated into the Cobb Area Water System. Budget Unit 8593, or Kelseyville Waterworks District Number 3, on page E380. Kelseyville is an independent district that is responsible for water and wastewater services out in the community of Kelseyville. We serve 1,500 roughly single-family dwelling units, and the wastewater serves about 1,300 single-family dwelling units. The water source for Kelseyville is 4 groundwater wells out in the Big Valley Basin. We have been tracking and monitoring all our water sources. We have no concerns yet at this point in time due to the drought out in Big Valley. We've got good, strong wells out there, so pleased to report that. That's one of the ones that I don't have to worry about going into the drought. So In Kelseyville, we were able to coordinate for the installation of a Tesla backup battery system at the wastewater treatment plant, and we have secured just shy of $350,000 in grant funding through the IRWM program for some much-needed water system improvements on Live Oak Drive. That water system goes back to the early 60s in some areas, and on Live Oak Drive we've got a couple areas where it's two parallel small diameter pipes. One was put in originally, and then there was an increase in demand, and so an additional one was put in there. So we're looking to rectify that by replacing with a larger diameter pipe so we get adequate flows, and we won't have concerns about high and increased friction as it's going through those areas. So that's one of our goals for this upcoming fiscal year. Perform annual maintenance and inspection of all the fire hydrants. That's kind of an ongoing goal for all of our water districts. And then we have a repair project that came up this spring under the Adobe Creek crossing. So under the Adobe Creek crossing there, the water main goes down underneath the creek and it's encased in concrete. We have identified that we have a leak down there. So we're working with DPW to get plans for the bridge. We'd like to do an on-bridge crossing. So that's one of the goals this year as well, is to get that area repaired, get out of the creek bed, and we should be able to perform that repair without getting down in the creek. So environmental concerns will be lower because we won't be down in the creek to perform that work. So. And then last but not least, Budget Unit 8695 is Special Districts Administration on page E383. The administration office, all the payroll expenses, they're all run through this budget unit. So each of the particular independent district funds contribute to Special Districts Administration, similarly how some of the ancillary departments contribute to courthouse overhead. So that's one of the primary revenue sources and structures set up within that department budget unit. But our mission includes the provision of high quality water and the collection and treatment of wastewater for our customers. We serve about 35,000 customers in the county between the water and the wastewater districts. We provide that safe, dependable drinking water. We manage those 23 separate independent budget units, and we have a staff. It's actually not 47 anymore. I noticed in the staff count it's 48.5, I believe, of certified professionals. All our field staff have to be certified by the state for working on water distribution systems. Our treatment plant operators are certified by the state. So we have I'm proud of our staff. They're very professional. They take their job seriously, and they do their job well in spite of challenging conditions. Middle of the night is typically when stuff breaks. They're out there responding. They're not firefighters or policemen, but they are certainly first responders from the utility perspective, and proud of the work that they do. So. Accomplishments last year, our essential employees managed the 5 water districts and sewer service areas through the midst of the pandemic without interruption of service to our customers. As I said before, I'm really proud of the work that they accomplished and really want to acknowledge them for that. Many challenges in the last year, but they rose to the occasion and provided water and wastewater throughout the county. Staff coordinated, we've got Tesla battery backup systems, as I've kind of highlighted, in 4 of our districts with a combined value just under $10 million through the SCHIP program. We have a full-time grant writer who is very good at pursuing and finding grant sources of money. We live in a disadvantaged county. Capital projects within water and wastewater are not cheap. But we very aggressively pursue grant and loan funding sources, and most of what we do is grant funded. And we wouldn't be able to accomplish some of these projects without those grant programs. So really pleased to have Yolanda on board in that position. We do also have a construction inspector, customer service staff in the office. So just really proud of the work that my staff does to keep the water and wastewater systems running. to find creative ways to fund the projects that need to be done in this county, so.
Thank you very much for your report. Any comments or questions from board members before, hey, Supervisor Pyska?
I just have a couple questions. What do you anticipate the Middletown sewer increase to be?
I honestly don't know. We'll have to do an analysis, and the rates have to be reflective of the cost of providing services. I don't expect it'll be quite double, but I expect it may be close to that.
It'll be significant.
Yeah, it'll be significant. I mean, it'll still be a lot smaller than anywhere else around it, but it'll be a significant increase compared to what they've been paying, yes.
Okay. So well done on all the SGIB projects. That's fantastic. Those batteries are going to be coming online for this summer, you said?
Yeah, some of the stations are already online, and the rest of them should be finished up before the end of the fiscal year. Yeah, We've got about 3, I believe, that are still outstanding. There's the 2 wastewater treatment plants, northeast or northwest and southeast, and then there's one of the larger lift stations in southeast. No, there's 4, because the northwest lift station 2 is also still outstanding, but yeah.
So were there generators purchased specifically for those stations in the last couple of years?
Most of those stations already had generators, so we've had stationary generators there, but the battery will allow us to do that peak shifting, and it'll also provide us the ability to have battery backup, and so we don't instantly have to start up our generator. So what that's going to help with is if we get, we haven't had it for a couple of years, but when we had the countywide blackout, that was really challenging. My staff had to go out there. We've got 63 sewer lift stations throughout the county, multiple water well sites, multiple water treatment plants, wastewater treatment plants. We don't have backup generators stationary for every facility that we have. Just not practically or economically feasible. Usually you don't see a countywide blackout. But in the instance where we had that countywide blackout, our staff was out shuffling the generators between the lift stations. So they'd start out at the furthest reach, let's say in Clear Lake, out on the Gooseneck. They'd pump that lift station down, which would then pump the raw wastewater to the next lift station. So then they'd move the generator into the next lift station, and they'd hopscotch it and leapfrog it all the way in. So having the backup battery systems out there in our facilities will allow my staff to not have to worry about that station for a period of time. So it'll take the intensity out of their rotation of shuffling generators around.
And some of the generators during that time were kind of getting beyond what they could handle. I think I remember.
We had a couple. We were running them for a long time. We had a couple of mechanical failures. We've recently had a mechanical failure on the generator out in Spring Valley, and we're going to be looking to replace that as well. But yeah.
So one of the priorities that you have for this year is the smaller water system consolidation. Is that the Canocti Bay area?
That is the Canocti Bay area. Yeah, I've been active in that group when it doesn't conflict with board meetings, when we have an agenda item on the board. But yeah, we have provided some technical assistance and support since we've gone through the Cobb area consolidation, so we have some experience with that. So I've been able to provide some perspective on that, as well as provide the opportunity that if that's the direction that those water systems choose to go, and they're still up in the air about it, if they are looking to consolidate and have the county step in and take them over and include that then in one of the districts that we manage, that is something that we're open to and willing to work through and negotiate with them. At this point in time, I don't get that feeling from them. The perspective I get from most of the participants in that Canocti Bay area is that they would prefer to consolidate and have Golden State Water buy them out. But
okay. So I guess the other issue that is just starting to come up, and we're talking about it with the Risk Reduction Authority, are the hydrants in water systems that don't have hydrants or have insufficient flow. And so I just hope that you can continue to be a resource in those conversations and that dialogue.
yeah, I will. And Carolyn actually invited me to the next Risk Reduction Authority, which is on the 21st, I believe.
You should come to all of them.
I wanted to come to the last one, but I didn't get the invite.
Oh.
So, But yeah, I'd like to go to all of them. It's important, it's good discussions to have. It's, you know, our position from the county maintained water systems is that the hydrant is ours to maintain and install. Within other water districts, it may be different. You know, they really need to look at the formation documents for those districts. They need to look and research what the formation documents within the fire protection district say. Maybe they have the responsibility for it. But within our CSA managed water districts, the hydrants are ours to, you know, install, maintain, and be responsible for. And frankly, I'm okay with that. You know, I don't want third-party staff on my drinking water system. My staff has to be state certified and licensed to work on the drinking water system. I don't want someone who I'm not sure of out there working on managing a hydrant or maintaining a hydrant on my drinking water system. So that's just my personal perspective.
And just so you know, Supervisor Crandall, that's been, the Clear Lake Oak system has
Right.
been bringing it up over and over.
You know, he mentioned exactly what we've discussed, is that the formation documents are the important document to research, and that when you mentioned that you would be responsible, it's for the CSAs. I just wanted to highlight that one more time, because I heard you say it, and I don't know if anyone else, like, they're tuning in. When you said we're responsible, I don't want them to assume that, you know.
For everything.
Just want to make sure.
Thank you for the clarification.
Hey, helping out, I'm just helping out, you know.
That's all I have.
Any further questions or comments? Supervisor Simon?
Just prepared and available to work with you on those rate increases. I know Jan prepared me right when I came on the board. So when we get to that, obviously, Middletown area, Town Hall, any of the other places out there for public meetings. So prepared to do that. Obviously, want to thank your department with the Anderson Springs Sewer Project being completed out there and the rebuild. You know, I know that was a complete countywide effort. I know Carol and everybody who did that, you know, what a great opportunity for rebuilding that community. So just prepared to work with you on those other issues. And thank you for letting me know about the 2 lift stations. I saw those in there and why they didn't get the SCHIP opportunities. So we'll work on that, because I think we should have qualified for that in the Middletown area. So I'm confused on that one, because I know we have in the past as far as income requirements. So maybe they just didn't, you know, I know Jan worked really hard, our former, she had to go door to door. It's hard to get a response sometimes down in the South County. So prepared to help you with all of that as we move forward. And any increases obviously affect each one of the constituents. So prepared to do that. One other thing, I know I bring it up, I think every year, every budget year, we have the lighting districts. I just wonder when we may have the conversation of looking at solar opportunities for those lighting districts. I know they're not big budget items, but you know, we're talking about renewable energy and batteries and any other way we can look at it. And we have a lot of lighting districts out there that are just run off electric, and there might be opportunities down the road for, you know, replacing some of those with solar opportunities. So just a small one, but
appreciate it. Thank you.
And I think that's a perfect place to discuss that, because it's savings in the long run, both to us and our constituents at the same time. I'm thinking about the SCHIP program, which I'm really happy what you've accomplished with the SCHIP program. I think you took full advantage of that. I've seen you installing those batteries over in the Clear Lake area. But there's no solar panels feeding the batteries that I'm aware of. And so if we can get solar panels so that we're not actually purchasing energy, we're always using the energy rather than buying it, then that would save us even more. Because I believe from having a conversation with your department that your electrical bill overall per year is something in the range of like $2 million a year. If we can reduce that, then that savings gets pushed on to the users, which ends up being our constituents. And so anything that we can do to continue to enhance that infrastructure, I think would be absolutely valuable.
Yeah, and we do have solar. We have solar out at our Northwest treatment plant, our Southeast treatment plant, and our Kelseyville treatment plant. So in those 3 instances, the solar does tie in, and they've got the whole system tied together with those battery backups. But yeah, I remember when I started here a little over 6 years ago, the first time I saw a $90,000 plus, I think it was $98,000 PG&E bill for 1 month for one of our locations. I about lost it. It made me appreciate my PG&E bill at my house, even though I usually don't like it. Yeah.
A few less zeros on that one. I'm glad that Supervisor Pyska brought up the hydrants and water flow. I know that's been a conversation at the RRA, also conversations were at LAFCO, and just how are we up to date with what is expected of what is up to code? I know we don't have to update and be up to code based on CPUC law, even though granted we don't have to follow CPUC law specifically, but it would be nice to get to the point of what our fire districts would like to expect from us. How are we doing as far as water flow? Is there a lot more work to be done or just a little bit of work to be done?
I would say in most of our districts, there's just a little bit of work to be done. Spring Valley is probably our most remote and probably, you know, not, it was constructed in 1967 with substandard materials and not full-size fire hydrants. There's many of the cul-de-sacs where it's just a 2-inch line or maybe a 3-inch line feeding down there, so flow volumes are down in those locations. But any opportunity we get, you know, I mentioned the line replacement project that was done a couple of years back down there. So when we do those projects, we're installing, you know, minimum 6-inch water lines so that we have adequate fire flows. We're installing new fire hydrants. With the Quail Trail project, we'll be installing new fire hydrants, you know, per current standards. We're upsizing the line on Quail Trail so we can get adequate flows there. So we take opportunity when we have those projects to ensure that we're doing them and coming up to standard. And then in Spring Valley, we typically budget for the installation and replacement of anywhere between 3 or 5 fire hydrants, you know, current modern fire hydrants in any given budget year. Spring Valley, we don't have a large discretionary budget out of there, so we're not able to go and do a massive replacement unless we were able to secure some grant funding, but we try and chip away at that project in that water district there.
I thought I saw that, let me just go back real quick, Spring Valley. Okay, never mind. My other question is the drought. As far as contingencies for anything that may come up, whether it's just the water quality that's difficult to treat prior to moving towards end users, are we prepared for that? Do we have funding for contingencies? Because there's, I think water districts are probably some of the most concerned right now when dealing with the drought. I'm glad that you're not so concerned about the Kelseyville one, but there's definitely others.
Yeah, we're working with the state. They've been a real good resource, our district engineer. There is emergency funding available, and we are putting in an application and working on that for our North Lakeport Water District. Depending on what level the lake gets to is going to, you know, depend on how concerned I become this summer moving forward. Thankfully, North Lakeport has an emergency intertie with the city of Lakeport. City of Lakeport is run off groundwater wells in addition to surface water, so they have some redundancy and some fairly dependable water sources. But we are looking at either extending our raw water intake out there for North Lakeport or modifying it in such a way that we can draw from a lower level in the lake. And then more long-term, we're looking at the possibility of, you know, maybe drilling a well to provide that additional redundant water source that is not lake-based. So, so yeah, we're working with the state. We've got an application in process.
Okay, thank you for that. And obviously, it's a dynamic situation, and we'll see what's needed from your department as we progress through the summer and whatnot. I just want to make a final statement. I know that there's been a change since you've come up and you've taken on the role of director, and I just appreciate the fact that we are still absolutely taking full advantage of every grant available, every funding source available. It's been a very smooth, just continuing as is, and I really appreciate how frugal you are and how easily you are accessing the funds to continue improving our infrastructure. So I just want to say thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And one more comment, just long-term, obviously, working on drought issues, looking at the overall opportunities for treating our water to with a tertiary system so it can be reused down the road. This probably won't be the only time we're talking about drought, but I know with the Full Circle project, some of those conversations we've had ourselves as we're looking at that, but where that is in your mind in thinking down the road for other opportunities.
It's definitely on the radar. Like you said, it's in the picture with Full Circle, but it's also in the picture with our current effluent pipeline that goes up to the geysers now. The geysers is very motivated, and they're researching the possibility of tertiary treatment at our Middletown treatment plant and our Southeast treatment plant, which will provide them tertiary water, but also provides us those additional opportunities, like you mentioned. So
excellent.
Yeah.
And just one more comment that I've started conversations with environmental health, and you weren't on that call, but about gray water and really making it easy for the public to set up gray water systems in their homes. And so I'm working with environmental health and the building department, and hopefully we'll be bringing some more information on that forward later this summer. But I know, what's the percentage of county users that are on the water treatment systems? Is it 40%?
I would say it's probably more than that.
I think
mean,
60%.
Do I have it backwards? 40% on septic, 60%? Okay, so that, if we have those users with gray water systems in their homes for irrigation, will lessen the impact on those plants too, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's coming.
More to come.
More to go.
More to come.
Any further comments or questions? All right, let's open it up for the public. Anyone from the public wish to comment or make a question on all special districts items and budgets? And seeing none, let's go ahead and bring it back for action.
I'll take a crack at it. Thank you again. I know I kind of jumped in with Jessica.
Nobody wanted to say anything.
No, I'll go
There's
for it.
only 23 numbers.
So I got budget unit 8210 through 8213. 8216 through 8219.
Yep.
8351 through 8356. 8460 through 8468. 8470 through 8478. 8480 through 8492. 8593 and 8695.
So I'm not sure if we accidentally covered other ones. Are we good, Mr. Carter?
Yeah.
Could I restate them?
Because those numbers were not the numbers I had.
So,
I just went down the line.
the motion is to approve these budget units. 8210. The motion is to approve these budget units, 8210 to 8219 and 8461, 8351 through 8356, 8460, 8462, 8466 and 67, 8473, 8476, 8478, 8480 through 8482, 8593, and 8695.
Second.
So moved.
Good job.
It's
Second.
a long day.
So motion partially done by Supervisor Crandall and a second by Supervisor Simon. Johanna, roll call, please. Thank you for the help.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
And Supervisor Scott is absent at the moment.
okay, Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Don't worry, we all feel the same way. And that does it for those items. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
It's been a long day.
It has.
All right, we have 3 items from our district attorney, and Mr. Carter, if you could please introduce.
All right, next up is District Attorney, Budget Unit 2110, found on page E85. And the requested fiscal year 21-22 appropriations are $3,493,794, and I will turn it over to the district attorney, Susan Groans.
Great, thank you so much. I know it's been a long day for all of you, and so I will try to make this short and take any questions. And I know that is unusual coming from an attorney, so I will try to make it short though. And I just want to, you have the accomplishments and the goals for 2021, 2022 listed. I just want to emphasize a couple things. It's been a difficult year for everyone in the county, so I'm not going to basically say, oh, we've had it so badly, so many other departments, all departments have had difficult times through COVID. In the court system, we have been continuing to work, continuing to have to go to court because crime continues, obviously. So we haven't slowed down, and crime really hasn't slowed down really that much during the pandemic. What has increased is the backlog, because there was a long time period where we were not able to conduct trials and even appear in court. A lot of defendants were not showing up to court. A lot of misdemeanor cases were just continued for months and months and months. So we have a backlog of felony and misdemeanor cases right now that we have to deal with. I am very proud of my staff in the DA's office, victim witness, with their continuing to do a job, hard job, and under difficult circumstances. So we did accomplish during, for 2020 and 2021, early 2021, we did accomplish doing trials, and including a high-profile case, many witnesses. Our victim witness office did an excellent job getting people flown in from other states, coordinating that in the middle of the pandemic. And also, we're doing it all at the fairgrounds. So we've been doing jury selection, and this particular trial was all at the fairgrounds, which I commend the courts for setting that up under difficult circumstances. Obviously, there are great challenges to doing trials there that can't be avoided, and it is not an ideal situation. But I think the courts did an excellent job in setting up that space. I am really proud of our DA investigators as well. Statewide, there's been huge EDD fraud, and our county, Lake County, our investigators were some of the first investigators in the state to investigate these crimes. They take a lot of time, a lot of paperwork, a lot of hurdles to get through to look into these crimes, but they did it, and we were one of the first counties to prosecute these cases, and it's ongoing. It's ongoing fraud, and I think in the state, this fraud has cost millions and millions of dollars, and in Lake County, we have cases that range from $100,000, $50,000, $100,000 of fraud, up to a current case of over $300,000 in fraud. So that has taken up a lot of time with our investigators. We are obviously short-staffed in investigators as well as attorneys. I had 2 senior attorneys just leave the office in the past 2 months. That has caused an extreme difficulty with handling cases. I've had to take on basically a caseload because of that. We are hiring, we have someone coming in starting in July, beginning of July, and that's wonderful. But we continue to have a difficult time recruiting, despite doing recruitments constantly, finding qualified people, and then once they, you know, a lot of times they find out what the pay is and they go elsewhere because it's still a problem even though the pay has been increased, which I'm very happy with that the pay was increased, but it's still, we're competing with other counties that pay more. So the goals for the 2021, 2022 is to clean up some of this backlog. And I am happy to say that working with the courts, we have already set Fridays starting June 18th. Fridays at the fairgrounds with all day, basically, all day misdemeanors to try to resolve these cases. And I want to thank the other departments that are participating in that, mental health, I believe, or behavioral health, as well as the work service organization, to try to get these individuals that show up. A lot of the backlog is caused by them saying they're going to do work service, or they're going to go to behavioral health for mental health treatment or drug alcohol addiction treatment, but then they don't show up. And so here we can just, if they plead, then they just go over, we point them over to whatever agency that they need to talk to and sign them up right then and there. So we're going to try that starting June 18th and see how it works. It's one way, hopefully, to get at least the misdemeanor backlog manageable. We're not doing it yet with felonies, and so those are still very backlogged, and that's more of a difficult backlog to deal with. We are going to continue to use technology to appear in court, but I have found that in many cases, especially settlements, that it is most helpful to appear in person, and we have started to appear in person in the settlement calendar. Preliminary hearings were required to appear in person, and then, of course, jury trials as well. We'll continue to use technology when we can to get work done at the courts. So goals are to reduce the backlog, continue to offer our best services that we can, to continue to work for victims in Lake County community, to provide them, obviously, our victim witness services. I'll go on to victim witness. They are continuing to provide services to victims in regards to information and also resources available to them, as well as assisting them in court and getting them to and from court despite the pandemic. And they are there. We've continued to do interviews in the Multidisciplinary Interview Center for Children, the Hope Center, and we've continued to do those interviews during the pandemic because they need to be done. So the victim witness, I think that they do assist in getting just one moment. they do assist in getting, helping people get protective orders. And because of trying to limit the in-person services, they've been able to work out a system where they can talk to them on the phone, fill out the paperwork, and then just have them come in briefly to answer any questions as well as sign the paperwork. So we will continue to do that. And that also goes to one of my goals in terms of improving our website, so that a lot of information about the DA's office and victim witness services can be put on there, and they can actually try to fill out forms right online. But I don't have a lot of proficiency in website design, so I would need help with that. If it was to hire somebody to do the website design, and then we would try to maintain it ourselves. Let's see, so as we go forward in 2021 and into 2022, we're going to be seeing more trials and more, hopefully more, a rate reduction in that, because there are new cases coming up every day. In terms of the asset forfeiture, there's not really much to say there. We continue to get, I continue to get calls in the middle of the night to authorize asset forfeitures. And this is money that is taken from individuals in regards to illegal marijuana and illegal drugs. So we have continued to do that, and just continue to process those files and go through the system to process those. So I am willing to answer any questions, and that's it.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions or comments? I see that Supervisor Crandall had his pen up.
Oh, no, that's been up, sorry.
That's just from before. Supervisor Pyska?
So thanks for that presentation. I was just thinking back to the governing board meeting, I think it was earlier this spring, when we talked about, or I think you brought it up, that it would be a priority to go after the illegal cannabis cultivation. And so I was just wondering where that would fall for this year's list and the priorities.
Yes, and thank you. I did, and I did see your question also earlier today, but I didn't see it before you started the meeting. So in regards to whether or not county council could also assist in that area. So basically my view is that, we want to go after illegal marijuana grows, because the ones that are licensed and doing what they need to do to get licensed, we don't want them to be undercut by all the illegal marijuana, and there's a lot of it. So there are ways to, that our office can assist, and we are prosecuting those cases. So we are prosecuting those cases of illegal marijuana grows. There are ways, you have two ways in regards to someone who is licensed, but maybe, or some marijuana grows that there's the criminal way and then there's a civil way, and you may be able to do both. Under Business and Professions Code, Section 26038, Subdivision A, marijuana grower without a license is subject to civil penalties up to 3 times the amount of the license fee for each violation, and each day is a separate violation. And these are, all these civil penalties would be going into the general fund. So that's another way to combat these illegal grows. And I can take that action as well as county council. It's difficult for me to take that action at this point because I'm filing criminal cases and we are very understaffed. But that is one way, maybe working together with county council, that we could try to impose those fines. And in terms of, well, that's the information I found, and I am willing to do it, but go after civil penalties, but it takes a lot of time to bring a civil case, and you know, we're still, I mean, we just don't have the time to do that right now.
And I did speak with Anita about it. I think that she does have some availability in her department to assist with that.
I will talk to her about it then. And
yeah, I think we just have to be
to try to go after, you know, with the asset forfeiture too, is a way to hit them where it hurts, really, with the money. That's why they're doing it. So if we can take some of their money because they're not complying, that would be the way to do it.
Yeah, we just have to be as aggressive as possible in all the ways that we can pursue.
Yes, I agree. I mean, I agree with that 100%. And I think it is very important for this community because, you know, we want to support the legal growers who are doing what they're supposed to do environmentally, as well as otherwise. We do go after individuals growing marijuana that are committing environmental crimes as well.
Anything further, comments or questions?
No, I'm glad you brought that up. I did think of something. Just showing that you're making a goal to assist with dumping and blight and all of that and going after folks. And I know you're busy with the backlog because we talked about that as well, with the misdemeanors and all of the people that were let right out, committed, recidivized, and went right back in. So you're dealing with all those court cases. But, you know, I'm hopeful that we'll chip away at it and get some of this done, you know, so.
Right, and I mean, obviously there's, separate from marijuana, I know there's a lot of blight and dumping. I sat in on a meeting about that. There are ways to go after it. Unfortunately, a lot of these offenses are infractions, but you can find them. If you can find them, you can find them. So I think, you know, moving forward, I would like to work with other groups and the board in regards to reducing blight, dumping in the waterways, dumping on property grounds, and try to reduce that because it is a big problem in Lake County.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Quick questions for you. I see here you added 3 allocations. Wondering if you can, I wasn't able to look between last year and this year what the additions are. Can you explain? Are those new attorneys? Are those new legal secretaries? What are we looking at?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I did forget to mention, and this must be it, and Doris is on here. She probably knows better than me. We are taking over the welfare fund.
Oh, that's right. That's where those went. Gotcha.
Yeah. And we're taking over the supervision, so they're going to stay down south. We're going to change the contract from probation to us. And so there are 3 additional allocations under that. But right now, there's only one person doing that who's doing a fantastic job. So we will be seeking to fill those.
Thank you for that. Now, I forgot in our previous conversation that I was told that was being transferred over. My other question is just hopefully a simple answer. I'm hoping the state of California is giving you an extension. I know you're limited. There's a statute of limitations for when we can get a misdemeanor to court and finalized. I believe there might be a limitation on certain types of felonies. I'm not sure on that one, but definitely misdemeanors. Have you been offered an extension, or do you really have to try to catch up on your backlog?
Well, there really is not an extension in the statute of limitations. We just have to get it filed before the statute of limitations runs. And then once it's filed, before the statute of limitations, then we send a warrant out. And once that warrant is out, then we are within the statute of limitations. But it is a challenge to get those cases filed before the statute of limitations runs out. Obviously, felonies, most felonies have a 3-year statute of limitations, and some of them, including fraud cases, have a longer time period before you need to file them. But misdemeanors are normally 1 year, and it is difficult sometimes because we have to get it filed and you have to get a warrant out.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Those were my questions. Any further comments or questions? Let's go ahead and open it up for the public. Anyone from the public wish to comment on these items from our district attorney? Seeing none in the boardroom and none in the Zoom room, let's bring it back for action.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve budget item 2110.
And 2113 and 16.
2113 and 16.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Supervisor Crandall and a second from Supervisor Pyska. And Johanna, if we could please have a roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Is Supervisor Scott here or not?
She has not returned.
Okay, Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. And Mr. Carter, up next is our Assessor Recorder's Office.
Okay, next budget
And
unit.
actually, if you can pause, are we looking to take a quick 5-minute break, or do we want to press on? Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at, let's just do 5:05. I don't care if you're taking a break. Hello? Hey, we're back. 5:05 p.m. And Mr. Carter, what's next?
All right, next up is Assessor Recorder with Budget Unit 1123, found on page E24. And the estimated appropriations for fiscal year 21-22 is $1,489,827, and I'll turn it over to Rich Ford.
Okay, so it sounds like we're going to go one by one. I'm just going to keep it kind of brief, kind of simple, and let you guys ask questions. So for the most part, 1123 is the Assessor Recorder's Office. We have continuing inexperienced staff that we will continue to train and try and find internal and external training where possible. We are required by the state to have certain training. It has been a little bit of a challenge this year because of COVID to find that training, so we will continue to do that. It is actually freeing up a little bit, and classes are starting to become available to us. That's basically our accomplishment. I will say one of our biggest accomplishments is actually being here after COVID. With the challenges with trying to operate an open office with COVID and teleworking and all of that stuff, we have learned quite a bit from that, and we'll continue. And I will echo some of the prior department heads where they said they want to continue teleworking. We want to continue it in some form to improve our systems. As far as our goals, we'll continue that training. It takes multiple years to actually get to the point where you are proficient and an advanced appraiser in our office. And we will further reduce our backlog. We have made a lot of inroads this year. We usually do about 23,000 things, and I'll label it simply as things. We have in years past, about 13,000 availability or capacity to get done of the 23,000. Now we have about 14 to 15,000. And so we're creeping up every year to basically diminish that, and it's improving every single year. And for the most part, most of the budget was pretty similar to last year, not a lot of big changes. So I'm just gonna leave it at that and let you guys ask questions.
Any questions or comments? And we're going to move on to the all the recorder stuff.
Stephen, do we want to do everything all at one time?
Yeah, let's do all the budget.
Just keep it on moving, yeah.
Okay, so then let's make it a little bit more streamlined. When it comes to the recorder side, it really is the last 4 budget units. The main budget unit that you have the salaries is on 2707, and then you have the 3 funds that are basically allocated for very specific purposes. I can only use those for those purposes. They are not general fund, which is 2708, 2709, and 2710. And of those 3, 2707 is really the one that we'll talk about mainly. Same kind of scenario that we had. It is a big win for us to actually have dealt with COVID, and it did backlog some of our mail outs. We were to about 12 weeks at one point. We are now back down to about 8 weeks, and normal for mail outs in a recorder's office is anywhere from 4 to 6. So we're about 2 weeks off of the norm. So we've already clawed back on that, which is a huge improvement considering we had leaves and other things related to COVID. So that's a huge win for us. We continue to cross-train up front, and we have newer staff. And so we are also improving the data in our recording system and using the recording system as close as we can to out of the box. The same goes for the megabyte system, which is the property tax system. And I will probably leave it at that. Again, kind of very similar to the other one. Not a lot of changes. We do have a change in I'm not going to say temporary headcount, but a funded headcount that is for an additional supervisor, DAR, Deputy Assessor Recorder. That is for succession planning, and that will be eliminated once that succession planning comes to fruition in the future. That's why we will run kind of almost like parallel for a period of time, and that will then eliminate to make sure that we can pass the baton in knowledge from one person to the next. That's pretty much the highlights of that. The other 3 business units, like I said, are for the most part very specific purposes. There are different components in there that are set aside for redaction, for different things with the office as far as modernization, modernizing the counter, improving the counter and the efficiency of the counter. But for the most part, it's pretty close to status quo as it was the year before. So I'll open up to questions if there's any questions.
All right. Any questions or comments? And seeing none, and I think that your budgets are pretty clear, and so I have no questions whatsoever, because as you said, they are very similar to one another. And I'm happy to see that you're still doing the work on the micrographics and modernization, because that's going to help all of us be able to find that information a whole lot better. So looking to see what kind of progress gets done over the next course of the year. And we do have a question from Supervisor Simon.
Just a question about modernization and technology opportunities out there. I know every year you talk about, obviously you have 64,000 properties or somewhere in that area to get recorded and stuff. Is there any advances in technology to help your field workers to kind of record, the homes? Any opportunities with technology to do that?
So we are utilizing technology at this point almost to standard across the state, and are looking for any places where we can improve on it. You've kind of mixed both components. We have 64,000 properties on the assessor side. A lot of those do get recorded on the recorder side, but those are kind of two different systems. What we have been doing over the last 7 years is really improving a lot of the data, because as you improve the back section of your system, when you go towards a better system or a newer system, your data being clean and your data closer to using that system out of the box allows that implementation of a new system or new technology in a much cleaner way. We are getting a lot closer to that, and that's why we are moving ahead on like e-recording or on a path on that, and we're chipping away at a lot of these components that we're improving on. Part of that goes into the modernization, which is going to be improving and streamlining our office for usability even further in the future and for security. And that's, we look at it all the time, but you can only go as fast as your data. It doesn't really do really well, at least in our business, to go ahead when your data is not clean. So cleaning of the data, which is part of what we have a grant in for on the megabyte side, we have 2 temps that are doing nothing but cleaning data. They've been doing it for about a year-ish, and they will continue for about another year or 2 to basically go through all the records, double check and verify as much as they can physical characteristics, which will clean our data from the back end and improve the efficiency of the system we use now. The system, as far as the main system, is used by, I think it's over 30 counties out of the 58 counties across the state of California. So it really is the biggest and the most efficient system, definitely for a small county and for bang for its buck. But we look at technology all the time, and as we improve our cleanup of the data in the back, we will be able to implement more of the modules that both of these systems offer that we can't use now, or makes it harder for us to use now because of some of the data cleanup that we have to do.
Okay.
I want to make sure that's a lot of information I just gave.
Yeah, I just was thinking, more, if there's any opportunity for artificial intelligence, when you go out there, I know you guys go out and physically look at the facilities, if there's any technology out there for handheld stuff that would just help, record that data, and those types of things. Just question, I don't have any specific names or ideas, but,
a little bit there is some technology, and it has been improving every year, to basically go out and use, let's say, like a tablet format or something similar to that, gather the information. The one problem we have in the county is because since our jurisdiction is essentially the entire county, there are locations where your connectivity is very poor. And so if we go out there, unless we can download the stuff directly to the, let's say, tablet in this case, and then pull up the information right there, the connectivity ends up being a little bit of a problem. Now that has been improving in certain cases because we're not the only guys with that problem, and some of the systems out there are improving. Not necessarily AI, more that they would save the data when you're out in the field, and when you come back would interact directly back into Megabyte and improve your data. Kind of still gets back to a data scenario. The only problem with that is the modernization fund that you described is only for the recorder side. It is part of the fee, the recorder, the modernization, the micrographics, and the vitals is part of the fee that is set aside for every time a recording happens.
I have a
long explanation. Hopefully that helps.
I have a quick yes and no question. We have the new satellite imagery. Is that something that you're able to utilize to get better definition of what you're looking at? Because I know you said to us in the past that for appraisals, you do look at properties through a GIS. Are you being shared, are those images being shared with you? And are you able to utilize that?
We can utilize certain images. We use GIS. We use Parcel Quest, which gives us kind of an image scenario also. We also do use Google Earth in certain cases. In none of those cases is it absolutely going to be what determines the valuation. I just want to make sure that's perfectly clear. But it is a piece of information that we use in the overall conversation of how we come to the valuation.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? Let's open it up for the public. Any questions from the public? None in the boardroom and none in the Zoom room. Let's bring it back for action. 5 budget units. And we are looking to approve 1123, 2707 through 2710.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve budget units 1123, 2707, 2708, 2709, and 2710.
We have a motion from Supervisor Simon and a second from Supervisor Pyska. Johanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ford.
Thank you.
Next up, we are looking at law enforcement and our Sheriff's Department. Mr. Carter, if you could please introduce.
All right, the first budget unit up is Public Safety Facilities, budget unit 1785, and that can be found on page E56 with appropriation requests of $1,649,971. And I will turn it over to the Sheriff, Brian Martin.
And Sheriff Martin, before you get started, let's go ahead and go through all the budget units, and then we'll go ahead and go through with questions. Please, and thank you for being patient with us at 5:18 p.m. to discuss your budget.
Absolutely. I actually anticipated this being a little bit later, so I'll try to finish by 9 o'clock tonight, because that's what my original plan was.
Let's get started.
Yeah. Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank County Admin for all the work that goes into this. I know every year it's a very burdensome process, and appreciate all the work they did, as well as the Auditor Controller, my staff, especially my fiscal staff for this, as well as the rest of my staff throughout this very difficult year. Many people think of law enforcement or the Sheriff's Office just as the cops on the street, but as you all know, there's a lot more that goes on behind the scenes to run the Sheriff's Office and provide all the services that we do. The majority of our staff continue to work through the pandemic. You can't be a dispatcher, you can't be a deputy sheriff, you can't be a deputy sheriff corrections and work from home. So the vast majority of our staff actually worked through the pandemic. And when we were able to send people home, those who got home were very eager at the very first opportunity they had to come and return to the workplace. They took that. And I think that's just a testament to the dedication of the employees that work here. We have a very strong, hardworking workforce as do all of the departments throughout the county. And I'll very briefly echo the sentiments that I've heard earlier that I hope that the board prioritizes that 100% implementation of the salary survey at the earliest possible opportunity. I know that's a goal, and I think the sooner we get there, the better we'll be. Like I said, I try to keep this as brief as possible. I do have 21 budget units to go through. Generally, throughout the budget units, our revenue is generally comes from general fund contributions, but we do have various grants, including the Boating and Waterway Grant, Off-Highway Vehicle Program Grant, Domestic Cannabis Enforcement Eradication and Suppression Program from the DEA, Homeland Security Emergency Management Grant Program, Prop 56, some funding from other agencies that we get by way of contracts and whatnot, and a very small portion of our revenue actually comes from fees that we collect. To start out with budget unit 1785 that was introduced by Mr. Carter, the amount in there was originally set for the Tower and Control project. As the board is aware, the jail facility has an outdated control panel at the Tower and Control. Money in this budget was set aside in the amount of a little over $1.6 million, which was anticipated to not actually be enough to cover the project. that we're going to do. So we've been working with public services, working hard with Lars over at Public Services to identify a way to pare that project back. We've been made aware of some other alternatives to using technology in different ways rather than relying on the existing infrastructure there. I think we're actually going to be able to cut back and save on this project, where this might actually be more than enough money, and then hopefully have this money set aside for future projects as we move our facilities over the National Guard Armory. We'll talk about that in a little bit as well. Next budget unit is going to be 2201, found on page E100. This is the Sheriff Corner budget. This is probably the most visible function of the Sheriff's Office, the services that this budget unit covers. It provides for the provision of law enforcement functions in the unincorporated areas of the county. In this unit, we're going to continue with recruiting. We put a lot of efforts into recruiting over the last year, as we've done over the past years. And unfortunately, we haven't been as successful as we'd like to be. We continue currently with 11 vacancies in our Deputy Sheriff Series and 2 support personnel. We did have some accomplishments. We were able to staff, with the help of the board and some the cannabis fee money, a community development task force. That task force, as you're aware, is focused on issues that are affecting our neighborhoods and communities, that have cross-pollination between code enforcement, zoning issues, and criminal violations. They've been hard at work since April. They've gotten some good projects done. I plan to have a report for the board and several reports throughout the year on some of their more notable cases. But I think some of the feedback, hopefully, that particularly Supervisor Crandall has been hearing, is that it's noticeable. Their efforts are noticeable there, and we hope that they're long and enduring. One of the other major accomplishments that we had this past year is we created a restricted access program for the agriculture industry and the cannabis industry for when there are evacuations, so that we have a way to identify people that are participating in legally in the regulated market with cannabis and get them in during times of evacuation when it's safe to do so they can tend to their crops, and the same with the ag industries. We hear so much that Lake County is an ag county. We want to make sure that that industry is taken care of, and that the damage that these fires do can be maybe mitigated by these efforts. We've added an apprehension canine who's currently away at school. We hope to have him available for use here in the next few weeks. We've hired 3 deputy sheriffs since July of last year, and as of today, we have 9 in the background process. So we're hoping to have a bunch more deputy sheriffs on the street, trained up and ready to go. Some of those are deputy sheriff trainees and will be attending the academy. We've got a few that actually have graduated from an academy and will be set to go and deployed on the streets sooner than that. I want to acknowledge the efforts of our recruiting team. We have Sergeant Drury that's taken over that role, and Sergeant Hurt, who just recently retired, who got that program really off to a good start, as well as all the background investigators and support staff that goes into hiring a deputy. It's very challenging. It's very difficult. My partners over at HR that help us out so much can attest to how much more work it is to hire a deputy sheriff than it is for most other positions in the county. One of the other programs that we've implemented, we have a deputy sheriff assigned as kind of I call him a technology position. We did this in response to SB 1421, which was the legislation that came out requiring the release of body camera video in regards to some legislative changes. So that became a very almost full-time job in and of itself. But he also spends a lot of time producing videos for educational purposes, for recruitment purposes. We produced a series of boating safety videos that we put out on social media this last spring. And we're also working on a project with Department of Social Services to help produce a training video for disaster service workers doing sheltering operations. We've responded to a variety of police reform issues. The events that have gone on nationally have not escaped us here. We actually had a couple demonstrations here in Lake County, and I'm very proud to say, not proud of just our folks that work here at the Sheriff's Office, but proud of our community, that none of our demonstrations turned violent. None of our demonstrations resulted in any significant property damage at all. We were able to ensure that people had the right to express their grievances in a peaceful manner, and I'm pretty proud that happened, but not just for our agency, but for the community. A result of some of those actions that have occurred across the country that we recognize were going to happen is that there were some changes in the use of force laws. I'm proud to say that before that even happened here at the Sheriff's Office, we reviewed our use of force procedures as far as chokeholds are concerned, and we made those changes well before the post regulations and the laws came down changing that. So we were ahead of the curve when it came to that happening. Our staff recognized that those changes were coming and we got ahead of it. We've had a wide variety of crimes and investigations, including several homicides that have occurred. We had a kind of a very mystery whodunit homicide. Our detective division was made aware of a body that was recovered or found in the National Forest on a very remote logging road. They put together a case that took several months, required cooperation with the DA's office, with the Department of Justice, included some DNA testing, and they were able to identify a suspect and issue a warrant for his arrest, and he is currently in custody. So far this year, this calendar year, we've had 3 more homicides that we're investigating in the county. Another accomplishment that's come up, and again, this is not just a Sheriff's Office accomplishment, but a county-wide accomplishment. As you're well aware, we're looking to secure the National Guard Armory here really soon. We'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to rural sheriffs, but pretty excited about that. Another function that I serve in my elected capacity is that of the coroner. And in the year 2020, we had 385 deaths reported across the county that required coroner's inquiries. Of those, 241 of them required full investigations, autopsies, and very in-depth inquiries. Our goals for next year with this budget unit is we started the process of complying with RIPA requirements, and RIPA is RIPA, the Racial Identification and Profiling Act. It's legislation that came down that requires reporting of law enforcement agencies of their contacts and detentions of people. Every deputy sheriff is now required upon detaining somebody to submit a report to the agency, which is in turn submitted to the Department of Justice, identifying your reason for detaining somebody, whether or not you stop them, and the demographics of the person you serve. This has been done to ensure that if there are instances where there's racial profiling occurring, it can be identified and stopped and identify what is causing that to happen. We're not required to implement that yet. However, we did start our RIPA tracking this year. The reporting requirements become effective next year, so we want to make sure that we are up and running and get all the kinks out of the software program that goes into that to make that happen. Our other goals are we want to continue. We had several of our management staff participate in that CSAC training that I heard mentioned earlier during today's presentation. And we're going to continue with our post and STC perishable skills training, our mandatory training. And we want to continue working with that community development task force and work with code enforcement and other departments throughout the county to address these quality of life issues that seem to be plaguing some of our communities, and just make our neighborhoods a little bit more enjoyable and hopefully contribute to the overall economic well-being of the county. A goal that also is going to be coming up in a future board presentation is a request for reclassification. We'd like to add a PIO, a very specific PIO position here, and hopefully trade that out for one of the deputy sheriff positions. And that deputy sheriff that I mentioned earlier that's working on all these videos and trainings that we're doing, hopefully to get that person out in the street and get a qualified person in that PIO position to take that over. Our next budget unit is 2202, and that's found on page E103. This is our dispatch position. In this position, we've been able to hire one dispatcher. It's actually a dispatcher that had left for another agency, and we're grateful that she returned and came back to work with us. We did lose another dispatcher who moved out of state, and with our efforts, we still have 4 vacancies out of 10 full-time dispatchers out there. So right now we only have 4 dispatchers and 2 supervisors working out there. We're having to supplement that with deputy sheriffs. So when you don't see enough deputy sheriffs out there, know that there's going to be 1 or 2 that are working in dispatch to cover the vacancies that we have out there. We do have a dispatcher in background that just started this week, and the major project that we have and our goal in there is a radio encryption project. We need to change out all of our radios to be capable of sending and receiving encrypted radio transmissions to come into compliance with some long-lasting FBI regulations that have been on the books, but the FBI and the Department of Justice are now deciding need to be focused on. Budget Unit 2203, the marijuana suppression, can be found on page E106. This fund remains fairly stable. There's no people assigned to it. It just consists of some money that we get from the Drug Enforcement Agency. which is $275,000, and we get another $10,000 from the United States Forest Service. This money is used for domestic cannabis eradication on public lands. The $10,000 is specifically focused for efforts and investigations on U.S. Forest Service lands. 2204, court security, found on page E108. We currently have 2 vacancies in this. This budget unit's funded by monies received from the courts. It's used to provide, obviously, bailiff services, court security. As the DA mentioned earlier, we had a lot of changes that went on with our courts and performing services. The courts decided that they were going to hold trial over at the fairgrounds, and we were able to work with them and make those accommodations. Some other major accommodations that we made, there's been several stabs at trying to get the video conferencing system set up so we can have video appearances for courts. And one of the fortunate outcomes of the pandemic was it really forced the hand on that. We're able to use some technology now that's ended up saving us quite a bit of travel time and getting people their court appearances. We can now hold arraignments and other minor court appearances without transporting people from the jail. They can simply appear on court in front of the judge and have a lot of their appearances and court proceedings handled in that manner. We're also continuing to work with the courts as a result, and we did work with the courts as a result of the pandemic to change our bail schedule to minimize the impact that COVID would have on our inmate population as well as our jail staff population and their families. The efforts were to reduce the population out there. Obviously, people living in congregate living facilities, which the jail is one, are at higher risk. People that work in those facilities are at higher risk, and we wanted to reduce the number of inmates that we had out there, so we worked with the courts to make adjustments to our bail schedule here. The state office of administrative office of courts changed the bail schedule statewide, and there's recently been a bail decision that's come out of the Supreme Court that has very much impacted the amount of people that we have in custody. It's really reduced it, but it's also increased the ratio of highly classified criminals that are, or inmates that we have in custody. So while we only have maybe 160, I'm not sure what our current case or occupancy rate is, but it's a lot lower than it has been. However, the classification of inmates that we have is very high. 2205, 2205, Marine Patrol. That's found on page E110. Funding for Marine Patrol comes from a grant from the Department of Boating and Waterways. It's also supplemented by taxes that come in from boat registration fees. I don't believe there's any cost to the general fund for the county to pay for this. We receive enough money to pay for 2 positions. We're able to stretch it out by having 1 full-time employee out there, a sergeant that's assigned out there year-round, and then it's staffed with extra help, 900-hour employees during the busy time of the year. We've had several deaths on the lake over the year. The chair had a moment of silence yesterday to recognize a couple that came up that was visiting from out of county. We had a 3rd person who perished on the lake over the weekend, and we've had several drownings over the course of the last year. So while it's a great place to visit, the lake can be dangerous. We put our videos out, our safety videos out, with the hope that we encourage people to practice safe boating techniques and hopefully keep our Marine Patrol out there just writing speeding tickets instead of having to search for bodies out there. We're going to be dealing with drought issues. Our Marine Services Unit's been working closely with Public Services Department and Water Resources to identify boat ramps that have needed to be closed down. We're going to continue to work with them and identify further boat ramps that are going to need to be closed down as the water levels recede. They're out there busy identifying water hazards from structures, from rocks, from debris that's now appearing because the water's going out. It's going to be a very tough year for our Marine Patrol this year. Budget Unit 2206 is the rural sheriffs. This comes by way of a $500,000 a year statutorily designated fund from the state for sheriffs in rural counties. The fund there, I don't have the amount up to me in front of me, but that fund, we've kind of been stockpiling. We've typically used that for some agreed upon salary compensation from a previous administration. We have really been stockpiling it in hopes that we get into the National Guard Armory so we have a pool of money to be able to either complete any renovations that are going to need to be done, or at best, or maybe even make a match for any grants that are available. 2207, Civil, found on page E114. There is a new software upgrade in there under item 62.74. The software program that we have in place is outdated, it's antiquated, it's a proprietary system, and the person who is the coder that manufactured it is retiring and no longer providing service for that. So we'll be purchasing a new software system. The civil department is responsible for serving subpoenas, conducting evictions, filing summons and complaints, any process of the court, serving restraining orders, all throughout the county, including the incorporated areas of the county. A lot of this, the civil department is actually one of the higher liability areas of the sheriff's office because there's a lot of legal requirements that need to be met, some timelines. The software program really helps us in tracking and making sure that we meet our deadlines in serving paperwork and responding to the courts with our process service. 2208 is blood alcohol. That largely remains unchanged. Funding in here goes to pay for blood alcohol testing that's done within the county by all law enforcement agencies. 2210 STC training, found on page E118. Monies in this are used to pay for STC training. STC is Standards of Training and Correction. It's the equivalent of POST for our correctional staff. It pays for our core academy, our initial training that we provide for newly hired Deputy Sheriff Corrections, correctional staff. It also pays for their ongoing mandated training and provides reimbursement for that. 2212, automated warrants, found on page E120. This is relatively unchanged. There is not much revenue that comes into this. This is statutorily designated for an automated warrant system. Currently, the amount of money in there is not enough money to undertake any reasonable projects. 2213, 2213 on the schedule is identified as DNA and asset forfeiture. This is actually simply the DNA fund. We use this money for DNA testing, storage, processing of DNA evidence. We did make some purchases out of this. We purchased live scan machines that we've deployed at the alternative work program where people do their registrations, where we do our live scans for employment purposes, for different licensing things. We purchased one for the jail, and we also purchased one that we house down at the Clear Lake Police Department. I was approached by Chief White with that request when we went to the zero bail implementation as a way for them to book and process their people that couldn't be accepted into the jail here. And we're hoping that program continues. It will save them a lot of time from having to transport misdemeanor arrests all the way up to the jail just so they can get fingerprinted and they can take care of a lot of those down there in Clear Lake. 2214, asset forfeiture, page E124. As the DA mentioned, very briefly touched on asset forfeiture. This money comes as a result of seizures, civil seizures from people that it's basically seizure of property and assets that are obtained by criminals as a result of their criminal enterprises. This fund can only be used for certain designated purposes. It can't be used to pay regular salaries. However, it can be used to pay overtime, which we do pay some overtime. We also use this to purchase equipment that may not otherwise be have general funds allocated for it. And we also use this to pay for quite a bit of training for our staff. The other purchase that we made, I'm looking at my notes here, our new K9 was also purchased out of asset forfeiture money. Budget Unit 2215 is the Inmate Welfare Fund. The Inmate Welfare Fund pays for a program, Deputy Sheriff Corrections. That's a person that's in charge of all the programs out there. It includes the education program, the AODS programs, the religion programs, behavioral health programs. That's the person that generally coordinates all of those. And the funding for that position comes out of this. The revenue that comes from this is a result of commissary sales within the jail and commissions from the phone system that we have. 2216 is pool vehicle replacement, found on page E128, remains largely unchanged. This replaces our non-pursuit related vehicles for the department. 2217 is pursuit vehicle replacement. Obviously, this is for our pursuit vehicles, our marked vehicles with the emergency equipment on them. We currently have 7 patrol vehicles pending bid under that budget unit. 2218 is search and rescue. The monies that are in here are a result of a donation. I'm not going to remember the family's name that made the donation, but there are generally no additional revenues made every year, but it funds our search and rescue training and our search and rescue equipment. The purchase that was made was a new side-by-side. The side-by-side utility vehicle that they had out there was many, many years old. And so the search and rescue board decided they wanted to have an expenditure and spend some money on that. Our search and rescue team has had several search and rescue missions within Lake County, and they've also assisted several other counties over the past year. Budget Unit 2220 is post found on E134. Similar to STC, this is our training reimbursement fund for post-mandated training. We can submit for and obtain reimbursement for many of the post trainings that we attend, depending on how post classifies them. One of the benefits of sending people to an academy is we are eligible for some reimbursement for our expenses with that. So our training program, while it does cost us some money, we also are eligible for some reimbursement for some of our expenses on that. 2221, the local law enforcement block grant, found on page E136. This fund pays for one extra help employee that works to help purge evidence out of our evidence section. It's currently vacant, but we have somebody that's going to transfer into that position in an extra help capacity. Every day and every week, there are many, many items of evidence that are entered in there. We're required to keep a lot of them for a certain amount of time, but in order to maintain room in there, it's a constant effort to go through and purge that evidence, identify what can be gotten rid of, whether it can be gotten rid of, and make sure that we follow all legal requirements in getting rid of that evidence out of there by making notifications to owners or destroying certain things that need to legally be destroyed. 2301, jail facilities. This is one of our larger budget units, and what I will say is we talk about money-saving efforts, and I will say that the jail is probably one of the greatest money-saving demonstrations of money-saving efforts that the Sheriff's Department's engaged in. When the jail was built several years ago, they did a cost projection, a 30-year cost projection and staffing analysis that was presented to the board, and according to that cost projection, we should be spending around $12 million a year this fiscal year to run that, and we're in the neighborhood of $8 million running the jail. So it's a really accumulation of many years of efforts to try to keep costs low there. I very much appreciate that, especially as a taxpayer that we're able to do that, but I also recognize that the jail is one of our highest liability areas, and we do have an obligation to make sure that it is adequately staffed and provide the appropriate services that we need to people that are in our care and custody. Our recruiting efforts continue at the jail. We have 10 vacant deputy sheriff correction positions and 4 correctional aide positions. These are very difficult positions to recruit for. They're even more difficult than the deputy sheriff position. While they did receive an increase upon the implementation of the salary survey, it's still the pay is still a little bit lower than deputy sheriff corrections, and the correctional aide positions are very, very modestly paid. We have a fairly high turnover occasionally, particularly this last year in our correctional aide positions. We were able to hire 2 people in the last year in the correctional aide positions. One left after 5 days and another left after 4 months. Again, we still continue to struggle with that. That's one of the positions where we have to have somebody in there, so occasionally we'll have deputy sheriff corrections perform the functions of a correctional aide so we can keep the jail operational and functional. Several goals that we have for the jail over the next year and beyond. We're really going to start taking a look at how our housing situation's set up in there. With our lower numbers because of the Humphreys decision with the bail, with the changes in law through various statutes, whether they're voter initiatives or legislative things that have come down, it's really resulted in a change of classification. We're obviously taking people that are staying in our facility for much longer than the facility was designed for. So we want to try to make sure that we make the best use of our housing. We received a preliminary inspection report from the BSCC, which describes several deficiencies. So we're working to come into compliance with those deficiencies. We've identified some procedural things that we've been able to change and submitted a corrective action plan to BSCC. And they're going to have some follow-up to make sure that the steps that we've taken have corrected those deficiencies. A lot of those deficiencies are very directly related to our lack of staffing out there. We're required to make routine checks in a timely manner within certain time periods, and because of a lack of staffing, when incidents occur out there, sometimes we miss those checks, and it really it's not a good place to be. We're going to continue to monitor for COVID and the related issues that come along with COVID. We had several small breakouts of COVID in our facility. As I mentioned earlier, that congregate living facility really lends to a rapid spread of the virus. I want to thank the Public Health Department, Dr. Pace. It was almost a daily discussions that were had with Dr. Pace, with Captain Taylor, Lieutenant Finley, and other jail staff out there, and what we could do to make sure that not only our inmates, but our staff remain safe. I set a timer here, and I'm going much longer than I expected, so I'm going to try to pick this up real quick. We're hoping that our video appearances are continuing with the courts, our tower and control project, as I mentioned earlier, and one of the big things that I anticipate we're going to be dealing with is the DA mentioned earlier, there's a backlog of cases, so I anticipate our low population count will probably spike at some point as people are coming to have their sentences served after the pandemic eases up a little bit. And our last budget unit, 2704, emergency services found on page E169. Unfortunately, last week, our emergency services assistant, who makes up 50% of our staffing in our emergency services office, resigned, leaving us with a vacancy. During the course of the year, we had numerous ongoing emergencies, obviously the pandemic, the drought emergencies. They continue to work with grant management. The EOC remodel, I believe, was completed in the last budget cycle, but they continue to make some improvements on that. We were able to provide a little bit of assistance. A big kudos to the Public Health Department on taking on the public health emergency. I recognize that early on, when we declared disasters and emergencies, that's really not their bailiwick, not really their ball field to be playing on, and they really stepped up and handled the emergency as best as I could see any county in the state handled it. We were able to provide a little bit of assistance with that. The staffing and the manpower associated with getting that up and running, with running the vaccine clinics, is nothing that we would have been able to handle at all, but we were able to provide a little bit of technical assistance when needed. We also had the LNU complex and relevant evacuations, an EOC evacuation in regards to that, and we currently have a virtual EOC evacuation that is very limited in nature as we respond to the drought emergency. Some of the projects that we're working on, I know that some of the supervisors have heard about Zone Haven. My hope was that we would have Zone Haven up and running by the beginning of this month. We're waiting to hear back from the vendor on it. As recently as today, we've been in contact with them so they can finish up what they need to finish up. We've done everything that we need to do to get our information and data entered, but Zone Haven is essentially an internet-based program that will be able to provide information on evacuations during times of emergency. And it's really going to hopefully modernize how we respond to emergencies and really keep people informed. The last projects that we worked on were the Goat Mountain radio repeater and upgrade of additional repeaters and radio systems throughout our agency to allow us to come into compliance with that previously mentioned FBI radio encryption requirements for CLETS information. And I believe that's it. I went 10 minutes longer than I had hoped, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any comments or questions from board members? So I have a question on time. Oh, there's a question. I have a question on timeline for the National Guard facility. I know that we did a surplus of our county property. Is there an upcoming potential timeline for when we look to have the actual exchange occur?
That would be an answer for the state to give. Unofficially, I've been informed that we can probably expect something to happen this summer. So don't hold me to that, but I saw Susan Parker just unmute. She might have some better information.
Yes, Susan, go ahead.
Oh, yes, I was going to defer to Carol. Yes, we had a meeting last week with the state, and we have resolved an outstanding issue regarding the property, the unused property in Clear Lake. However, we do believe that the exchange agreement will be moving forward within the next 3 months.
Perfect. So I had a question. one of my questions was, you mentioned that you have potentially 2 deputies working in the dispatch, because obviously you need dispatchers. Dispatchers are very important to be able to communicate what the public is giving to you, and just to kind of guide our officers in the field as to what else may be happening, and coordinating between agencies as well. How many, you spoke of 1 deputy potentially in the jail. Are there more deputies in the jail as well, since that is one of your specific mandates coming from the state, and I know that you do your best to try and do what you can to meet that mandate? Are we using more than just the 1 deputy?
So when I refer to deputies in the jail, as you'll recall, we recently reclassified what used to be known as correctional officers to deputy sheriff corrections. So that might be what I'm referring to, but to answer that question specifically, I have an extra help deputy sheriff who is assigned out to the jail that works transport. Other than that, it's deputy sheriff corrections that are working out at the jail.
Okay, so there's no crossover necessarily at this moment in time?
Not at this moment in time, but we're right on the cusp of that happening if we lose some staff.
Okay, I'm glad, because I thought that's what was going on for a little while. Maybe that's been resolved. The Marine Patrol has me slightly concerned. Our issues will only increase as the water decreases, and we don't know for how long that's going to occur. And I see that we have 1 unfunded position for the Marine Patrol. I'd love to have the conversation to see how we can make that be funded. I think it's important. The safety of those who visit, as well as those who live here, who recreate in the lake, is of utmost importance. And the more we deal with this drought, and who knows how long it will be, the more it will become important to have the right safety precautions on the lake by having the Marine Patrol there. As you stated earlier, it's going to be a very tough year for your 1 Marine Patrol that we have. So I'd love for the board to look at ways to make that unfunded position become a funded position, because I think it's really important more than ever. Supervisor Pyska?
I would just have a couple questions. So the canine that's coming, do we have other dogs in the department?
Yes, we do. That will be our 2nd canine. We had a family that donated a pedigree black lab several years ago. That is a narcotics detection dog that's currently in service. A new handler is being familiarized with the dog, and he'll go off to training here in the not too distant future. And we recently purchased an apprehension dog within the last couple weeks, and that handler is currently at school with the dog in Southern California.
Awesome. So
2 dogs.
2 dogs, but neither of those dogs, will they be used with search and rescue? Or
No.
Are they trained?
No.
They're trained differently.
Correct.
Okay.
We do have access, and we did use a tracking dog. There is a person who lives in Mendocino County who has a tracking dog trained that came over and provided that dog. And we had a missing juvenile that you might be aware of out in Jerusalem Valley. So we have access to it through our mutual aid system, but we don't have one here in our department.
Yeah, that's exactly why I was asking. Thanks. So did you say that there are 9 new deputies hired this year, or did I?
9 and I think he's recruiting 9, or looking to recruit 9.
Oh, looking to recruit 9.
Yep, we've hired 3 since July of last year, and we have 9 currently in the background process.
Oh, okay, awesome. So then, what are the vacancies now?
Currently, we have 11 vacancies in our deputy sheriff series in 2201, and 2 support staff. I have, let's see, 4 vacant dispatcher positions. And in the jail, 10 vacant deputy sheriff corrections, 4 correctional aid positions, a smattering of other support staff, for a total of 36 vacancies across all budget units in my department.
And what percentage is that, do you think?
36 out of 151. I can tell you a percentage here in just a second.
About 21%.
Did somebody say 21%?
Yeah. It was off the head, it might be wrong.
Stupid.
Just in case. Because 30 out of 150 would be 20 even.
Okay, so there you go, yeah. I was, I have about 24%.
Okay. And then I'm just curious about the protocols when you're taking inmates in. Are they offered a vaccine if they haven't had one yet? Or how are you handling those who are vaccinated and those who aren't?
They are offered testing when they come in. If they refuse testing, and some of it will depend. I can't say that this happens for every inmate or every intake that comes in, because some people come in, they're in for a very brief period of time because they just need to sober up or they need to make bail. Some people are transferred in from other facilities. Some people are brought in on pretty serious charges. Some people are brought in as court remands, but we offer testing for every person that comes in. Anybody that's displaying symptoms or refuses a test is going to be treated as a positive test. We've offered vaccinations in the facility. We had a majority of people that were offered it declined to take it, but we do administer vaccines occasionally, I'd say.
Oh, okay, thanks.
We don't have a supply of vaccines at the facility that we offer to everybody that comes in.
So you have a supply, but you don't have a lot of...
we don't, no.
Oh, you don't have a lot of supply? Okay. Do you need a supply of vaccines?
I don't, but our WellPath partners might, or our public health department could probably use them.
Okay. And then I'm really excited about the Zone Haven coming online soon, and I was just wondering if you could share your plans for the community outreach and education part of that.
We're going to put together we've already got some, I guess we'll call it, I don't know if you call it swag or some kind of promotional materials that Zone Haven has provided as part of the grant. We're going to purchase some more. I don't know that we'll be able to purchase flyers for everybody, but we're also going to put together a webinar that we'll have available on our website for people to go through and look at it. It doesn't appear to be very difficult from the user side. A really quick overview of it is there's two sides to it. There's the administrative side where we can go ahead and make changes and issue notifications, alerts, warnings, evacuation orders, and then there's the public-facing side where a member of the public can go in and type in their address and figure out what, if anything, is applicable to them, whether they're under evacuation order, evacuation warning, shelter in place, those different types of things. The Zone Haven is currently in talks with Everbridge to figure out ways to integrate, and this isn't something that we have any control over, but my understanding is that their goal is to integrate with Everbridge, hopefully at some point, so when we have notifications that go out over Zone Haven, that they automatically trigger notifications for people that are registered through Everbridge. Like I say, during these disasters, we were inundated with everybody's different ideas about what's the best way to do it, and it's everything from having phone trees to neighborhood groups that would go around and knock on people's doors to obviously using social media. This Zone Haven appears to be one of the better solutions that's come about. It's not going to replace everything else. It's going to be another tool in our toolbox. We talk about redundancy of systems, having enough tools in our toolbox to make sure that we get our messaging out and get information out. But like I said, I think this seems to be one of the better systems that's been proposed throughout the state.
Yeah, I think so too, and I think it's great that you were able to work on that this year. Do you think that it would be possible to do outreach with like the city councils and the municipal advisory councils?
Sure. Yeah, I want to get the program up and running first. I want to see what it looks like before I have outreach.
Yeah.
I think I know what it looks like, but I want to make sure that what we're presenting it to be is actually what it is.
Well, let us know when you're ready because we'll definitely help you get the word out.
Okay.
And I'll just say one last thing. I know I count here in your deputy sheriffs, at least in your sheriff coroner's department, budget unit, it shows 40 deputy sheriffs, which include the sergeants, 1, 2, and trainee SROs and Prop 56. Obviously, that's where the 11 vacancies are that you brought up not too long ago. And I know that I've talked to you about the importance to me to ensure the safety, not just of our communities, but the safety of your officers as well. And I know that backup is not always immediately around the corner, and I'm concerned about the time that it takes to ensure that your officers have backup. And I know that we're getting rid of unfunded positions, and so not looking to necessarily add that, even though I think it does create goals for us to try to change it from unfunded to funded. I believe in our last conversation you had said the magic number would be maybe 5 more, where you can hit 45 deputies out in your department. Is that still the same at this moment in time? Is that our goal for us to try and reach? Or is that a goal that you would try for us to reach?
Every deputy is a goal, I would say. And my goal would be to get back to the numbers that we had in the 90s. But 5 would certainly help us out. And when you say the 11, that 11 includes a sergeant position that's currently vacant and an undersheriff position. So it's actually 9 deputy sheriff positions, but we're also not filling currently a sergeant position and not filling the undersheriff position. Yeah, I'd love to get those numbers back up. Those deputy sheriffs, those positions are also allocated into our investigations division, which includes one of the positions in that community development task force. It includes our investigators that work on our homicides and our violent crimes and our serious property crimes as well. So we're talking 5. I could probably allocate one or 2 of those to fill some of the vacancies that we have in our investigations division, and as well the patrol. So 5 would be nice.
Okay. I think that's something to keep in mind, especially as we go forward and start talking about our cannabis tax and other discussions. And I don't mean to belittle the issues that occur in our communities, but when the people who are supposed to keep us safe are potentially in harm's way, then that becomes even that scarier of a situation for the community. And so I want to make sure that those are not the type of things that occur in our community like we're hearing them occurring across the country in some places. So just one of my concerns I wanted to share, and one of the conversations that we've had, and I hope that one day, sooner than later, we can reach that goal. Any other questions or comments? All right, let's go ahead and open this up for the public. Anyone from the public who might still be with us wish to provide a comment? Nobody in the boardroom and nobody from the Zoom room. Let's bring it back for action.
All right, I'll try again. Mr. Chair, I motion to approve budget units 1785, 2201, 2202, 2203, 2204, 2205, 2206, 2207, 2208, 2210, 2212, 2213, 2214, 2215, 2216, 2217, 2218, 2220, 2221, 2301, and 2704.
Second.
Have a motion from Supervisor Crandall and a second from Supervisor Pyska. Roll call, please, Johanna.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sheriff.
Okay, Mr. Chair, are you ready to sprint to the finish line?
We are sprinting. Can't you
Okay.
tell?
So we're ready to finish up the budgets that are brought to you today by the administrative office. And we'll start, we're going to mix it up a little bit. Different members of the administrative office and human resources are going to present these, but we'll move as expeditiously as possible, starting with me presenting budget unit 1011 on page E1 of your budget book. It is your budget, the Board of Supervisors budget. As you well know, you are our executive and legislative governing body for the County of Lake. You establish our priorities, our operating policies, you adopt our ordinances, ensure our mandated functions are being properly discharged, You do all of the things you've been talking about today. I mean, you oversee them, and it's been really a great discussion to listen to the broad scope of your duties and responsibilities. For this budget unit in particular, I think the most noteworthy thing, at least in terms of narrative, is your goal. During your recent your recent governing workshop, your board decided to create a community revitalization pilot project that will soon be fleshed out through your new roadmap task force, which I believe has a meeting. If it's not this week, it's next week, the first meeting. So we're very excited to put that project together and come back to your board with a plan. The intention is to select a particular community or neighborhood and put in place plans for enhanced code enforcement, removal of dilapidated docks, cleaning up of creek beds, reducing fire fuels, auctioning tax defaulted properties, improving community safety, and more. So that's the most exciting new goal. And of course, that's all within the overarching context of your Vision 2028. This budget unit is pretty stable. It includes your salaries and benefits and some minor additional costs. The changes that you'll see here, this year we have more of you on the county health insurance plan, so the health insurance cost is up from what it has been in recent years. And then under professional and specialized services, we have the cost of the redistricting contract. So those are the two things that stand out a little bit differently from this budget last year. And so moving on to Budget Unit 1012, that's the budget unit of the Administrative Office on page E4. And so, it's also pretty obvious that what the Administrative Office is here to do is carry out your board's vision. And so that's what we're focused on in the year to come. We're excited about supporting the Economic Development Task Force. We understand that that is your highest priority. And of course, then supporting the Community Revitalization Project I just mentioned. We're also looking forward to partnering with you and our labor groups and department heads to bring forward a phase 2 of the classification and total compensation study implementation. We also have staff development and succession planning efforts underway in the coming year. We're working closely with the Risk Reduction Authority to create community alignment surrounding disaster resiliency. And of course, we've been talking about some of the big projects. Our office is taking the lead in the property swap that will result in us essentially swapping our 18th Avenue property in Clear Lake for the Lakeport Armory, as you just discussed with the sheriff. We're also working with the Space Committee on a number of things, and that would include down the road a bit the permanent use of the facility the sheriff is presently using for his administration. That will need to be repurposed. We're also looking at alternative permanent arrangements for the juvenile hall, possibly keeping the homeless sheltering there going post-COVID. And of course, the big project, the Nice Collier Avenue housing project that we're working with RCHDC. We hope to get that to shovel-ready status in the coming fiscal year. So looking at the appropriations in this budget, the major shift in payroll costs is related to the implementation of the salary study. And then the next most noteworthy thing under professional and specialized services, we do have some contracts coming forward for the year that increased our costs there. We have the continuing cost of labor negotiations. We have satellite imagery budgeted there. We're proposing to do an economic impact study of the cannabis industry. And we have an RFP out presently to digitize the records of the administrative office and also of the board. And so the next one I'm going to touch on is clerk of the board, which is budget unit 1014. It's on page E8. And as you know, the clerk of the board is responsible to maintain your records, take minutes at meetings. Thank you, Johanna, for persevering for this long day. The thing that you'll see in this budget that looks a little different from last year is the clerk of the board's portion, estimated portion of the cost of contracting to digitize our records. We really want to do a better job getting our records out there where the public can see them, find them easily, where we can too. They're in storage in a number of locations, older records are, and it's very difficult to put your hands on them immediately when they're needed. So we look forward to bringing that all into the 21st century. So with that, we'll move on to the cannabis program, budget unit 1072. It's on page E10 of your book. Patrick is going to present it, and with this one, we've also prepared an additional analysis based on our work with your board's cannabis ad hoc committee. Hi, Patrick.
Good evening. Patrick Sullivan, County Administrative Office. I'm going to discuss Budget Unit 1072. This budget unit captures all the cannabis-related revenues, including taxes, fees, and state grant revenues that would otherwise go into the general fund. I'm just going to try to speed through a few of the accomplishments here that are kind of highlights. Last year, we did secure various state grant funding, including Prop 64, Public Health and Safety and Equity funding, and we implemented the internal CAN grants. Goals going forward for fiscal year 21-22, it's continuing to develop the cannabis tax spending allocation plan for discussions with your board. Implementing those state grants, now that we have actually received the funding from the state for the equity grant, and we have the ability to get reimbursed on public health and safety, we can begin implementing those programs, which we have already started doing so. That's going to be focused on for the public health and safety code enforcement and the family rat program. Equity grant, that's going to go directly to support local applicants and smaller cannabis businesses. Just looking at the revenues and appropriations here, the majority of the revenue is cannabis tax. This year, the cannabis business tax did begin as well. So that's factored in here also. Next up would be grants, followed by fees. And together that makes up the revenues available. As far as appropriations go, there's some reimbursement to involved departments. There's reimbursement pursuant to some of the state grants that we have. But the majority of that appropriation is going to the cannabis tax policy, the cannabis tax allocations that your board has previously reviewed. An exception to that this year would be a special request by Water Resources. And I just wanted to highlight this. There was a request for sort of a one-time urgent expense regarding abandoned vessels and structures in the lake that need to be cleared because of boating activity, fishing tournaments. With the water level so low, they need the funding right away to address those issues as a public safety hazard. So that's included here this year just as a one-time expense. Otherwise, at this point, I think that's the highlights of revenue and appropriations. If there's questions, I could take them. Otherwise, I could move into the policy discussion from the committee.
Let's go ahead and, if everybody's still fine with just moving through all the budget units and then get into the questions, let's go ahead and make that happen.
Okay. So the highlights from the Cannabis Tax Ad Hoc Committee, there were three major changes that were recommended. The first was from the Board of Supervisors discretionary fund. Instead of the prior method of allocating 7.5%, the committee's recommendation is to change that to a $500,000 fixed allocation. That $500,000 allocation would then get split between each district, so each supervisor would have access to $100,000 for use in that district. Second is modifying the way that we fund the Cannabis Revenue Stabilization Fund. Previously, the goal was to fund it up to $2 million, but in light of previous discussions, the new recommended solution is to remove that 15% allocation and ensure that the stabilization fund has a balance equal to 1 year of expected ongoing expense. That would ensure revenue smoothing and cover us in the event of any shortfalls. The third major change was to create a new category. This was Capital Improvement and Deferred Maintenance Fund. and that would be funded with a $1 million allocation. So like the Board of Supervisors discretionary fund, that would be off the top. That 500,000 and the $1 million allocations would come off the top, and then the percentages would follow with the remaining balance. So that would take us to the remaining changes, assuming that the stabilization fund is funded. The allocation of funds would go as follows. That first category, planning, code enforcement, water resources, and the additional recommendation of environmental health would go to 20%. Second category, law enforcement, would go to 12.5%. So that's an increase up there. Economic development, housing and risk reduction would go to 12.5%. Youth alcohol and drug education programs, 2.5%. CAN grants be at 10%. Workforce retention and development at 30%. And that would be the tentative setting according to the committee's recommendation. And this is part of the regular budget review.
Okay, we're coming back now to Stephen. He's going to present Budget Unit 1120, non-department revenue. It is on page E12.
Okay, so the purpose of this budget unit is to account for various general discretionary revenues that cannot be initially assigned to any specific department. So that would be sales tax and property tax. That you can think of it as the big collecting pot for general fund to access. This budget unit accounts for various sources and therefore can be allocated to any general county purpose at the discretion of the Board of Supervisors. So going into I want to go into a couple real scenarios where if you go to a property tax secured, we're recommending that we increase the revenue only 1.5% this year because of the CPI being the CCPI being much lower for properties. And then also our sales tax, we've actually, in the memo, I stated that we've already received about 3.9 million for the 1%. Haven't even received June. But I originally only estimated that we would receive about 3.6 by the end of this fiscal year. So even from March estimates, it's outperformed. If you look at the revenue estimate, I actually took 10% less than the 3.6 because I wanted to be safe, and 3.6 was already going to be 300,000 above anything we'd seen before. So the current 3.9 mil and likely 4 million in total sales tax, 1%, is going to be quite the large blip compared to normal. Hope it's the new norm, but just in case, brought it down to just about a couple 100,000 above the highest we've ever received prior to fiscal year 2021. Other than that, everything else looks pretty standard in my opinion. I didn't show any big blips either way.
Stephen, let's have you keep going then and move on to Central Services, which is Budget Unit 1124. It's on page E27. Central Services, just a fancy name for the mailroom.
Yeah, so that one, not much to say other than that is status quo. We have our mail clerk in there, and for the entire courthouse. There is one item of significance in Budget Unit 1124, and that's our mail machine is out of date and has to be replaced. That is about $27,000, but it's a one-time expense, so it wouldn't be ongoing, and it's usually 5 to 10 years before you have to replace it again. So I don't have anything else to say about Budget Unit 1124. It's pretty straightforward. That's where the copiers in the county, that's where those are paid through. And so that's like the hub where the bills come in, and then we bill each department for reimbursement.
Moving on to Human Resources, Budget Unit 1341. Pam, if you will present that, it's on page E33 of your book. Good evening,
Good
Pam.
evening. My name is Pam, and I'm the Director of Human Resources. I'll be presenting Budget Unit 1341. We currently have, we are a division of the administration, and we provide services that relate to employees like workforce planning, recruitment, benefits administration, performance management, policy development, and training. We currently have 8 allocations with 6 full-time employees. Accomplishments this year was really finalizing and implementing the rest of the comp and class, and then maintaining and updating the COVID protocol and training to keep our employees safe on a regular basis. We also hired 167 employees, although 167 departed year to date. Goals for next year are really to focus on development and training for supervisors and managers, to coordinate the CSAC training, and to offer skills enhancement to our employees through several online platforms.
Thank you, Pam. We'll move back to, for the next 4, will be presented by Stephen, starting with Capital Projects, Budget Unit 1778 on page E51.
Okay, so this budget unit is utilized for the purposes of any capital project that is like roofs, etc., for general fund departments. You shouldn't have those kind of expenses in other just standard budget units. So the big change for this one would be all of the, I'm going to have to pull up another sheet because it's just dollar amounts on here. So all the extraordinary requests where we added Lower Lake Schoolhouse Museum HVAC and electrical for $25,000, Lakeport Courthouse Museum roof for $45,000, B&G shop roof for $78,000. So it's all kinds of deferred maintenance / capital projects for general fund departments. And I think that's pretty explanatory at that point.
Next is Special Projects, Budget Unit 1781 on page E53.
So basically, special projects is a budget unit where there are projects that don't belong necessarily in any other specific budget unit. So that's where the Lucerne dredging currently is, and items like that. There's also generally items that the board, if the board has something specific they want done, this would be the budget unit that it would be placed in. The only thing in significance that happened year over year, budgetarily anyways, is we dropped about $300,000. That's because the GFOA, not GFOA.
Golden State Finance?
Yes, GSF.
GFSA.
We no longer, we utilized all the funding for that, and that was about $500,000 remaining last year.
This was the fire relief?
Yeah.
Correct.
Nice.
Yeah, we got that all out.
So all that went out the door, which is was a big task, and so that's why everything was lowered. And that's the only thing of significance I have in that budget unit.
So then we have 2 CDBG budgets that Stephen is going to present. One is program income and one is capital projects. They are 1794 and 1796 respectively, and they're on pages E58 and E60.
So budget unit 1794, that currently is just for it's for if we ever receive program income, but the way we would receive program income is payments on loans that CDBG loans that we put out there in the public. We haven't received any payments in a long time because all the ones from general fund have been satisfied. But in the case of some of the ones that were issued by social services, if any of that money would come in, if it's under $35,000, it gets brought into the general fund, Fund 1. If it's over 35,000, it now becomes program income, and it has to be utilized on the next page. In Budget Unit 1796 as our CDBG capital projects. So this is where if we have a CDBG project like Anderson Springs Sewer, this is where that would be housed. And what we currently have in there is Cobb Water. It's not really our project, so we're just a pass-through, but it is still a CDBG project. So we claim the funds, we receive the funds, and then we pass it through to Cobb Water. And if we did, let's say, have program income, it would have to be the first money utilized before claiming.
Okay, moving on to marketing and economic development. Patrick is going to present this one. It's Budget Unit 1892. It's on page E62. And Patrick's presentation is going to also include an analysis of TID funding and the TOT policy as well.
All right, so this budget unit, funding to promote marketing and economic development, is generally similar to last year. There are some miscellaneous expenses and appropriations, and then the remainder is set by the TOT policy. Few of the primary issues that we looked at here is that policy did not previously explicitly reference the Lake County Tourism Improvement District. That did not exist at the time the TOT policy was crafted. So we did some research into that. We examined other jurisdictions to get an idea of where Lake County's contribution stood in comparison to our neighboring counties. And generally speaking, we came in quite a bit higher. So when we looked at what to set the TID contribution at, we determined a recommendation would be to leave it set at $78,000, but also with the addition of $10,000 that would essentially act as a pass-through. That's from the Abematol Homo of Upper Lake. That combined would make for $88,000 in a contribution from the county to the TID. This is basically in line with what their request was. The key difference, though, would be the TID's request originally was to set it at 50 cents on the dollar, I believe, was the example they gave. That would add a layer of difficulty for both the county and the TID because there would have to be a true-up each year, whether revenue was higher or lower than expected. By picking a fixed rate, it would make things easier for both sides, staff feels. So that's how that conclusion was reached to offer your board as a recommendation. Looking then at the TOT policy as a whole, by setting that TID contribution at $78,000, that would leave the balance, by just altering that last category, the balance of funds would remain available for economic development, which your board could consider using, especially given the priorities of the EDTF. It would provide some revenue that could implement projects. So the final TOT policy recommendation here would just be to essentially split out that last category, which was category E on the old policy. It would create an E and an F. E would specifically designate funds going forward for the TID along with the pass-through from Abematol. F would then mark the remaining balance of funds under this policy to go to support general economic development activities. And those two things comprise the changes in staff's recommendation from the prior policy.
And so just to clarify, the two policy drafts presented today for both TOT and cannabis tax a few minutes ago, we're not looking to the board to approve those today. We're looking for your direction as to what you want. If it's going to deviate from what's been recommended, and we'll bring it back to a future agenda for the official approval.
For the September agenda?
No, before that, probably in the next couple of weeks, yeah. And so we'll keep moving, and so we're going to go back to Stephen for geothermal royalties. It's Budget Unit 1918. It's on page E75.
Okay, so geothermal royalties are related to state and federal payments made to us from basically the it's hard, it's right there in the name, royalties from the geothermal up on the mountain. The state monies that we, sorry. The state money that we receive, there are restrictions to where it needs to be part of the mitigation of geothermal activities. The federal piece does not have those same restrictions. And those federal dollars are what we utilize by sending some to parks. And the state piece, which is mitigation, we throw some of that towards CDD for a resource planner and things like that. And if you notice that there is quite a bit in account 2830 and 5507, that's because there is money building for projects of either type of funding.
So next up is trial courts. It's budget unit 2101. It's on page E81. And the trial court's budget it serves to receive revenues from the collection of court-imposed fines and fees. And the majority of that is then paid back to the state. It also pays for the cost of transfer of court facilities. And this budget also receives revenue, a small amount of revenue from the court here for their mailroom services that they utilize. There's really no significant change here. This revenue less appropriations has been declining for a number of years now. So it's just one of those budgets you have to have, but not particularly exciting. Next is the grand jury budget unit 2106 on page E83. As you well know, the grand jury is a state mandated function, and the county general fund is mandated to fund it, to finance it. And so that's what this budget accomplishes, and their appropriations are very near the same as what they were in prior year. The cost went up a little bit in the area of insurance, public liability in particular. Those costs are set through the rates that we get each year. And so that is the grand jury budget with total appropriations of $67,709. So Susan is going to present the next one. It's the public defender budget 2111, and it's on page E88.
Good evening, Board. This budget unit funds the provision of indigent defense services to those defendants who cannot afford a legal defense as required by federal and state law. Lake County currently has a contract with Blake Indigent Defense LLP for a flat monthly rate of $125,000. This budget unit also includes funding for court-ordered services such as interpreter services, polygraph testing, and forensic testing. In addition, it also provides funding for court-appointed attorneys when a conflict of interest with our public defender consultants exists. The goal for fiscal year 2021-22 includes an organizational analysis to review the structure and cost options. These findings will provide a recommendation for the board consideration next year as to the best model to provide those services. And that RFP is currently posted.
So it's in the spirit of what our chairman has been wanting, that we look into the best mode of service delivery as often as we can. This particular agreement has been in place, 4 years now? 3 years, Susan? So,
yeah.
So it's time. And yet, at the same time, I will say that we very much appreciate the services that we're receiving from the current provider. They're doing a good job. So, thank you, Susan. So the next one is budget unit 2115. It's the domestic violence programs, and it is on page E96. And this is essentially a pass-through budget. It collects marriage license fees and domestic violence fines. And in turn, it is paid out under contract to Lake Family Resource Center to provide crisis intervention shelter care for local victims of domestic violence. This too has been in place a long time. I believe that it is still accurate to say that Lake Family Resource Center is the only local entity that provides those services, hence our long-term relationship with them. It's a small amount of pass-through funds, just $12,500 per year. And then next up is Budget Unit 2305, Criminal Justice Program Facilities. Fast forward to page E47. And this budget accounts for funding allocated to Criminal Justice Facilities Temporary Construction Fund. Essentially, what this budget will do this year is provide for a $75,000 transfer to the jail budget unit 2301. So then, let's see, we're making progress. Stephen will cover the next budget unit, which is contingencies, 7999, page E294.
So contingencies, I don't believe anybody needs any more explanation than that. We are requesting the same amount of contingencies as the prior year, $4,548,360 for any possible needs that arise, special needs.
We have two redevelopment budgets. One is obligations, the other is the Housing Successor Agency. They are 8826 and 8894, and they are on pages E393 and E395, and Stephen will also present those.
So budget unit 8826, this is the budget unit that collects the dollars that would normally be going to the redevelopment agency to repay the general fund loans. We have still, I believe, 4 or 5 loans outstanding. We received 2 payments through property tax through Kathy's office, and 80% of what comes into this account goes straight to general fund. The other 20% goes to budget unit 8894, which is redevelopment housing, and I'm doing the transition right into that. And the money, the 20% that goes in here, collects until we have a good, solid housing type project that meets the right qualifications.
And enough money collected to make a difference.
Make a difference in a project.
Yeah.
And I believe Susan was going to bring up a possible project that we have in mind.
Go for it, Susan.
Oh, okay. Well, it's not exactly a specific project. It's more so how it can be used. It can be used for a low mod development. And we need to, for even acquisition of land, going towards the development itself. And what we really need is that strategic housing plan so that we can use these monies to match any additional funding, because we know there's a lot of funding coming down from the state and federal government. And so that's in building that, it's not a surplus, in building that reserve to use, that's what we need. Because generally, multi-unit family housings range in just actual costs between $5 and $10 million.
Okay, our last two budgets are budgets that are overseen by Human Resources, 2 ISFs. The first of which is the Employee Wellness Program, budget unit 9917 on page E407, and the second is Unemployment, budget unit 9918 on page E409. Pam, will you finish us off? You are muted. Perhaps we're already finished off.
All right, the first is the employee health and wellness, and there wasn't much happening with that this year due to COVID because it was pretty hard to get out in front of employees. Although as an accomplishment, we did kind of go virtual and create a employee wellness web portal on our intranet page with all types of excellent content. Goals going forward is to establish a committee. We currently have a balance of about $150,000 in this plan due to 2 years of rebates from dental and vision insurance. And so COVID easy for me to say, provided that we can get out in front of people and start doing presentations. We would like to do quarterly lunch and learn presentations, coordinate financial wellness seminars, and offer more services related to some of our top issues within our medical plan to help employees achieve success around their health. And our other budget unit for unemployment, I mean, we had significant unemployment claims due to COVID this year. That was really our only challenge. We don't have many goals related to this plan other than to keep the cost low, keep unemployment down, hiring up. And that's all I have on that.
So that completes the administrative office budget presentation.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions on these last sections? So I'll go for it, please.
No,
Supervisor Simon.
Get right to it on the policies. I appreciate the policy recommendations from the cannabis group, our committee that brought it back. So in favor of that and the other policy that was presented. So just wanted to say those two things right off the bat.
Okay. I did have a few notes that I wanted to say. Number one, looking at our Board of Supervisors budget unit, I want to just state, and I'm sorry, Supervisor Pyska, that you weren't with us to make the decision, but I'm thinking that you would go along with our decision and agree with it. I'm just really proud that we decided to be captain of the ship with honor by not taking an increase in our salaries while trying our best to provide an increase in salaries to as many of our employees as we could. I think that was a noble way to move forward, and just wanted to say how proud I am of all of us for doing that. I appreciate you being conservative, Mr. Carter. I know that we've had a lot of stimulus funds provided to us that is not going to be continuous, so we have businesses who have never seen this level of income before. And while I hope, same as you, that might continue, I think that this definitely might have been an anomaly of a year, and I think we're lucky for the type of situation that we just endured, that we actually made this level of economic impact here in our community. So I appreciate you being conservative. That way we don't have to back the numbers up. We can move forward at the mid-year budget review. I had a question. I heard that there was a cannabis economic impact study. I hadn't seen that, and there was not much of a description of it. I was wondering if you can provide a little bit more information on what the intent is.
Yes, it's proposed in the administrative office. It's proposed in the administrative office budget. Patrick, will you speak to the vision for that?
I must have missed that.
Yes. Many counties were looking at doing an economic impact study, and there actually had earlier been a hope that the state would provide funding for this. The state provided funding directly to the CSU system to do these studies, and Humboldt State and Sonoma State are doing one, except unfortunately they're covering Sonoma, Mendocino, Humboldt, Trinity, and Del Norte. They're skipping Lake for reasons I'm not able to determine. So if we wish to do one, we would have to do it on our own. The primary advantage to doing it that I'm aware of is that it's anticipated a lot of future grant opportunities, as well as for general planning purposes, are going to want to see a study like this, whether it's a direct impact study for cannabis or if cannabis was covered as part of something else. Presently, we don't have anything that we're going to be able to point to, and all of our neighboring jurisdictions are going to be able to have that.
Okay. I was not aware that that was happening, so thank you very much for...
Mind if I ask a question?
Yeah,
about
yeah,
that?
please.
Thanks. So that impact study, will that include housing needs?
My understanding is that it's supposed to look at all aspects of the cannabis industry, that what types of cannabis-related businesses are here, what opportunity there might be for different types of cannabis business, which I know we did get into a little bit with that cannabis equity assessment. But then, yes, it would look at what other types of needs and services would typically accompany that industry, or needs that would be generated. So yes, like housing would be an example of something it would look at. I've seen a few different models of these, and they're fairly new. So I don't know that there's a standard format, but there are several jurisdictions that already have one out there that we could probably look into.
And if your board would like, we could work with the Cannabis Ad Hoc Tax Committee, to select best model and get an RFP out.
I did have a quick question before that.
So-
Supervisor Simon.
Yeah, so obviously in favor of that, but if we're going to do an economic impact study, I would envision, that's, what is it doing for our community? That's always the conversation that comes back. So understand the housing questions and other things, but jobs created, industry service jobs that are created because of the industry, and, those dollars spent here. So I'd be really interested that when the committee does look at that, that's what we're focusing on. Because what we want to make sure of in establishing this industry, if it's grown here, it stays here, it's sold here. And we want to be able to study those and make sure it's having that impact we expect it to do. So not only with the tax revenues, but with those other job and incremental opportunities that come along with it and funds spent here. So that's what I would like to see the focus on when they're doing the economic.
And I don't
impact
disagree,
survey.
except I would say sold everywhere in the state of California.
Well, yeah, there you go, but we want to make sure it's.
Just
You can't consume it all.
yeah, no. There was another thing I wanted to bring up. I hadn't heard anything about it. In fact, I probably should have brought it up when we spoke about CDD. There's some money brought out from the state of California to help in the processing of applications for cannabis, and we are one of the top 25%, whatever that category was or criteria that we needed to meet, and Lake County was one of those. We're looking at potentially, I think it was maybe even $10 million available to us. I forget what the amount was. It was a fairly large amount. Wondering if maybe Mr. Sullivan has any information on if we are what we need to do in order to access those funds to help us move forward, because maybe that might be able to take care of the contract that we're looking to have with a consultant to process these applications, that might help us pay for it.
As a matter of fact, he does. He has his finger on the pulse of that. Go ahead, Patrick.
All right, so there is some preliminary information out from Department of Finance on that. We are in that top 25% category where we will be allotted funding, and there is some additional funding awarded because we have an equity program. Right now, it looks like we're eligible for $2.1 million. Some of our neighboring jurisdictions are receiving a much larger piece of the allocation. And apparently it appears to have something to do with the number of permits that are outstanding. These funds right now are going to be able to be utilized for the purpose of expediting permitting, clearing that backlog, bringing in services that can help clear these licenses so that we can get rid of all the provisional licenses, get everyone onto an annual permanent license with the state. One of the big rules that appears will go through no matter what is that it can't supplant existing services. This would have to be used to bring in additional support or additional help. So we can't use it to pay for existing staff. If we apply for it, we have to come up with a plan based off of our current structure of our program, the number of permits we have in the pipeline, and the type of permits we have out there. They haven't released all the details, but once we come up with that plan, they release the regulations, we will be eligible to apply, and we can use that money to bring in new support, new additional staff or other support for CDD.
Perfect. Thank you for being on top of it. I know you and I have quickly discussed it, but I didn't know that there was more information. So looking forward to the project with CDD and possibly the committee as well, reviewing those types of things and making sure that we get access to that as quickly as possible. Let me see, what else was on my list real quick? The cannabis tax allocation.
Are we talking about that?
What was that?
I said, are we talking about that tonight?
Yeah,
or
we're
is
talking about that
Okay.
because we need to give direction. And so I spoke with CAO Hutchinson. I've been requesting, I want to say close to the last 6 months, on what is the specific criteria for the Board of Supervisors discretionary spending. I wasn't sure if it was going to be one lump sum that we all have to make a decision on what that money would be used for a project, or if it was individual and I was waiting for the Cannabis Tax Committee to come back. They came back, they're offering $100,000, which I'm perfectly fine, but when I requested about the 2020-2021 allocation and the 21-22 allocation, I was told there's only $100,000, and I would love to see that be $200,000, because had I been given more information on how that was going to be allocated appropriately, before, I would have already spent the $100,000, but I've been waiting for the last 6 months. So I would like to see that start off as $100,000 per year. There's been 2 years worth of allocation. That way, 2021, $100,000 each, 21-22, $100,000 each. So that's the one change that I would make on that.
Can we speak to that? Because
we sure can.
Based on your expressing that earlier this week, Patrick and Stephen put their heads together and have a
Supervisor Pyska was also.
Oh, okay.
She did.
Sorry, Supervisor Pyska.
The two supervisors didn't know that, but they both had the same idea there.
Great. Okay.
So actually, since this is Patrick's baby, I'll let him explain it, but we did talk about that in depth.
Yeah, and Stephen, correct me if I'm wrong, but it is a little tricky because it's the first year, but we would be able to make that arrangement for flat fee because this was a fixed amount and authorize that 100,000 for each year, but then the remainder would go back and disperse according to the allocation factors. Is that what we were getting at, Stephen?
Correct. So, okay, I will go ahead and explain it then. So yes, everything prior to 21-22 would go back in the blender of the new policy, except for the board's 500,000, which would come forward as a carry forward.
Okay.
So there you would have that 100,000 from the prior year and the 100,000 from this year. The only catch that we talked about was capping whatever that amount can end up being. And we were thinking 400 or 500 because of term length, something along those lines.
So their fund could keep building from year to
To a
year if they
certain
weren't
amount.
spending that you'd start with 200,000 this year and next year.
Well, this year would be the 21-22, you'll start at 200,000.
And then you get another 100,000 up to 400, and if you're not spending, you're going to stop at 400. But if you're spending, you're good, and that's the intent.
And if you don't spend it, you're just nuts as far as I'm concerned. But
Well,
that's just me.
I mean, there's a caveat there. What if you're saving it for something, a specific project, then would you allocate it in a different fund?
Are you thinking there's going to be a
Well, again, he was thinking, with supervisor terms being 4 years, hopefully your plan would be to accomplish your project in your term.
I'm just saying if it's like a grand construction project and,
like a library?
It's something like that. If it was just in the works.
I think you could have an exception to that.
And I would say at that point, we just bring it to the board and ask what other sources, including what you have, could be put together. I don't know, that's the way that I would look at it, because I agree, you don't want just money sitting there accumulating and never being used, or else what's the purpose of accumulating those funds? Then we would have cannabis growers looking at us like, why are you even collecting money if you're just sitting on it? So I think it needs to be married with other fund sources in order to accomplish larger and bigger things, or just spent and allocated on things that can be afforded because they're less than 100,000.
Or, as you're saying, is seed money for grant opportunities and other things like that in the district. And I think that would accomplish your goal on larger projects and working with admin or other agencies, or other departments, so.
And the one thing that I don't think has been expressly stated regarding this proposed policy change, these 3 areas that we're talking about, the board discretionary fund, the stabilization fund, and managing that a little differently, and then the capital improvement and deferred maintenance fund, those are the things that, that would go into effect immediately. And then it's our intent for the remaining funds to be on standby while the roadmap task force develops its project and plan for the community revitalization, and that be the next chunk of cannabis dollars that go out. And once we're kind of on the other side of that, then we revert back to the categories for spending and what else to do with it, if that makes sense.
Yeah. There is one more change that I would like to offer. During our workshop, I brought some foundational changes for our community, support for college, support for preschool. And we have here youth alcohol and drug education programs. I'd like to just say youth programs, and youth would be basically from 0 to 25. That's kind of the new definition of youth. It'll probably be expanded in 10 years again. But I would love to see the CAN grant stay at the $500,000 level, just like we've had before, and then use whatever other percentage to increase the youth programs, because I really think that we need to do a concerted effort to work with LCOE, to work with our local institutions that already do programs with our youth, to try and bring all those things up and move forward. That's another one that I'd like to see, which would include youth alcohol and drug education programs, but I don't think it should just be that only. And I know that that's what was dictated within Measure C in the language, but if it's in there somewhere, I still think youth programs would be more beneficial, because youth programs help eliminate drug use by having their attention on other things.
So to make sure I'm understanding correctly, and then we'll check in on if there's consensus, but you want to change youth alcohol and drug education programs to just youth programs with the intent that they would serve anyone from 0 to 25, and then the CAN grant, that would not, you're suggesting it not be a percentage and be a flat 500,000?
That's what we've been doing so far, and we haven't accomplished the full 500,000 each time. And so I'm just thinking that
And then the 10% moves to the 2.5 to make it 12.5.
or whatever that might be.
Yeah, it would be 12.5. The thing is, that's correct. We'll put it that way. There's just a lot of carve-outs ahead of time, so that 12.5 isn't quite as large as
There you go.
once was.
And that's just...
Does that make sense, Patrick?
Because the CAN grants were at 10% before, and so it kind of worked out to being around that 500,000, I think the first time. But yeah, you're saying, 10%, take that allocation and shift it to youth programs?
500 off the top, just like the supervisors, but for CAN grant. Don't write it down until we have consensus, though.
Right.
Or not.
So that's my offer as another change on that policy. Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, I mean, I have a suggestion. We don't have roads in here, and roads are our number one concern from all of our constituents. We also hear that cannabis is the number one, community concern, and I feel like this is the place where we need to show the constituents where this money is working. And I don't know how we would allocate this, because we'd have to take it from other places, but if we could have a percentage allocated every year that we could put in a pool for seed money for large road construction projects, that's what I'd like to see.
I thought we just did that with the discretionary budgets for each district. Wouldn't couldn't 200,000 that we're starting out with be that if that's your project for your district? And I have others, because, I didn't go into specifics on what it could be used for, but obviously road projects, having the availability for each supervisor to have that funds, that's where I would, you could make impactful decisions. So I just have that.
And I would say also capital improvements and deferred maintenance, that could also be roads, that funding could be used for. It doesn't have to be for building or facilities. And roads are expensive, I'll give it that. And with this being so split, it's difficult to put roads. I'd love to see roads, but I think we have to find a different avenue and just go after all the CDBG funds. I know we have the roads coming up for the 2018 fires. I think that's something we need to make sure and not lose. I was happy to hear from Director De Leon that we're going to have some shovel-ready projects, and that's going to make those 2018 fire funds available to us to use. So I think that there's other opportunities, especially the infrastructure tax, or not tax, but the infrastructure plan comes through. I know it's struggling right now in our federal government, but if that comes through, then that's another great shot in the arm that we can use for our roads. So I thought about roads as well, but the more I thought about all the pots of money that we have not necessarily been accessing, including, it's been since Clear Lake Oaks that we've accessed the CDBG funds, and there's always some availability in that we should be getting. So those are all conversations I'd love to have on the greater conversation of roads, because there are quite a large amount of funding availabilities out there.
Yeah, but, I mean, don't we need matching funds for a lot of these projects?
Not necessarily, depending on what the grants are.
So as you know, it's our commitment that we review this policy at every budget cycle and any other time you want to as well. It can be as often as you want, but the next time obviously would be final budget in September, and then again in February at mid-year budget, and any other time you want again. But it really was our recommendation, and I think the committee's recommendation too, to not go a lot further until we have a better sense of what the community revitalization project might cost, because we just don't know at what level that will need to be funded.
I think the optics are great for us to say that we're going to have an annual allocation to road development. And that's a great conversation for us to be able to have with our constituents. And so if it's not going to happen right now, let's think about it for next year.
Are you thinking along the lines of like a 500,000-ish, just throwing a number out there, carve out, it's not necessarily a 500 building, but pulling out 500,000 that's set aside for matching funds if DPW is not able to provide the matching funds? It would just be kind of a chunk of money that is not ever going to grow, but if it is utilized, we will replenish year after year. So that it very much states that it's a matching and not go build a road.
I would prefer it be matching.
Well, it won't go very far if it's go build.
No, it won't go very far at all for a construction project.
And I would suggest, based on the reserves of $10 million, that we have those matching funds at this moment in time available to us. And once those start getting used and we start seeing that get decreased, then maybe we have a different conversation of, okay, we're seeing some of that money being used and going away. How can we make sure we still have some matching funds available? And I think that this year, it's not, in my opinion, it's not possible to carve out. Because we keep carving, then the impact is almost minimal as far as what we actually see coming out of it.
And I'm okay with putting this off until next year, but, going forward, I think that we're going to have a 5-year plan here to look at in the next month or so. Mm-hmm. We're going to see how fast that money's going to be disappearing. And, hopefully the infrastructure money comes through, but if it doesn't,
Right.
It doesn't.
Then we have to have a plan on our own.
We have to have a plan. And this is going to be a great thing for us to share with our constituents.
So here is my last comment, and it kind of covers this a little bit. We got rid of $208,000, if you remember. You said minus the $208,000 that was in the adjustment column for that one department. It was one of the first ones we covered. It was the only adjustment in there, and you said, never mind, it's out, minus $208,000.
Oh, 289.
229?
I'm not sure exactly which one you're talking about, to be honest.
But there was a 200,000-ish amount that we just took out. Therefore, we have a 200,000-ish that we can put back in. And I'd like to talk about a grant writer, a county-wide, whether it's a lobbyist, whether it's a grant writer, but somebody that can help us in getting some of these funds that are available. We've been talking about this since the visioning forums, and we have yet to really come back and say, we're going to do this. We just had a conversation with Special Districts, who has a grant writer and who's been really been able to leverage those funds that they have because of the grant writer. And I think that we have certain fund sources that we're not accessing because our capacity is at maximum. And if we had somebody who was a grant writer that worked for the county on the goals of the county, that we can benefit from that person working on specifically trying to obtain grants, such as CDBG for roads and things like that.
I don't disagree. I think as we move forward with whatever decisions are made about housing, we're going to need staff or contractors that can focus on grants related to that as well. But I also remember the situation not very long ago, not all that long ago, less than 2 years ago, when we did have a person on staff dedicated to writing grants, and the problem was always the capacity of departments. You know, they were struggling to meet their basic mandates and couldn't also think about additional responsibilities with grants. So the key to success with a grant writer would be the participation of departments and their ability to participate.
And I think that we should at least make an attempt to try to make that happen again, because I think that some departments are going to sign on more than some other departments, but at least that's what we have in addition to what we don't have right now.
So was this before we had the Vision 2028 in the
No.
strategic plan? It was after?
It was just like 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago.
Our former
something
human
like that.
resource
Yeah.
director, right?
Freeborn?
Kathy Ferguson. It was
Kathy
Kathy
Ferguson was in that position for a while, yes.
And
I agree with Carol, it was a challenge at that point. We were looking at grants and other opportunities, but the capacity there. So I think in the future, I think we're moving in the right direction to capitalize on those, but I would agree with that because we did experience it.
So what I think I would suggest along these lines is that you let us take the time between now and final budgets to explore what might be the best way to do that, if it would make, I mean, because there's also grant writing consultants out there. What you said, I like the sound of it, you know, somebody that works for the county and knows what we need and where the direction we're going, that's also appealing. But it's also possible that a contractor could serve that as well. But I think we all agree that there are opportunities we're not going to be able to avail if we don't develop some capacity in this area.
So I would agree with bringing that back at final budget. I definitely would agree with that.
And do we have a consensus on the changes on the allocation of cannabis taxes
Yes, for me.
for the 2 years' worth of discretionary funds and the higher level of percent for the youth? We're getting thumbs up. Okay.
Patrick, do you have it for a future agenda item? Do you understand?
Well, I did. The one point I just wanted to be sure to share with your board regarding youth programming is that is the primary grant funding source that the state provides. And Lake County is specifically designated as being eligible. And we did not get local organizations or departments to apply last year. Only a few have. So the state puts about 60% of its cannabis-related discretionary spending into that category. So just so your board's aware, that was part of the concern, is that there's very limited state funding in the other categories. This one has considerable access, but we just haven't been able to get our community partners to apply, unfortunately.
What did you want to raise it up to, the percentage?
Like something like 10% or whatever the
12.5.
percentage was that they said?
Currently 2.5, and the can grant 10% over.
So I think the point Patrick is making is there's considerable opportunity for local agencies to apply to the state, and they're just not availing that. And the state, of course, has many more resources than what the county has. So perhaps encouragement to local agencies to apply for what's already available.
And maybe it's a matter of capacity on their end where we can help them be able to do better things to benefit our community, because now we have the money directly. I'm still interested in being a part of what they're doing. If we can, I'm not saying it in a rude way, if we can make the excuse that we don't have the capacity, then it's very possible that they don't have that capacity either to access those types of things. I think we should have those discussions with them to make sure that they're aware that that's available to them. But at the same time, I think we should take part. I know we're not a educational agency, but at the same time, education is the foundation of economic development as well. And so that's why I want us to have a little bit more of a hand in that pie.
So would that be an appropriate task for the Cannabis Tax Committee to have a webinar or Zoom meeting with local community-based organizations? Patrick could present on what options are out there and sort of get a sense of what the barriers might be to them applying. And
I would leave it to the committee to make the decision if they feel that's their, that's a task they can take on, but I'd be perfectly fine with that if they were okay with taking on that task. And then based on the conversation, bringing back to us in September saying they're reaching out and able to obtain these funds, we don't need to change this amount. Let's bring it back to the cannabis grant. I'm okay with that.
Well, Eddie's one member of the committee. Are you good, Eddie?
Yeah, fine with it. So we'd just be having like seminars, right, webinars?
Just to make
Probably
sure they're aware.
Just a Zoom meeting. And Patrick, would you be able to give an overview of what is available out there? Okay.
Yeah, I have the information on each of the grants that are targeted towards youth, so I could provide them all the materials.
Okay, sounds good.
He definitely is our cannabis grant manager.
You think?
He knows all of them.
I just have
He is
one
from
other.
Mendocino.
I just have one other comment on the cannabis revenue, and that's, we heard earlier about the Parks and Trails master plan, and I know that there's a funding. He's got a shortfall to complete that, and so where would that fall in the existing allocations?
Well, I don't know what kind of a shortfall he has, to what extent, but it could conceivably fall into canned grants if it wasn't a large amount.
I think you said the overall cost was $200,000, but I think he has some funding. I can't quite remember.
I think you said 250 for the overall full feasibility study or study that he was talking about. But I think he did have some funds he could put towards that, so.
And I'm sure that we can complement with some of the other stuff, whether it's capital improvement,
Can grant, as she said.
can grants, or things like that.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that there was a place for that request.
Are we right, Stephen, or?
I was responding, sorry, to something else.
So any further comments before I open this up for the public?
I have another thought, and I've gotten this from a couple different places where there's nonprofits that want access to this funding. And I don't think it's appropriate for us to dole this revenue out to nonprofits without having some kind of program where any nonprofit can apply. So I've gotten lobbied. I don't know if anybody else has gotten lobbied from nonprofits for this revenue, but I think we have to be very careful. It's not a gift of public funds. And if we wanted to set up a program like that, we could. But going forward, we have to have an answer to nonprofits that, want a piece of this revenue.
And I think that, oh, sorry, you were going to respond?
I'll let you say what you got to say.
I think we already work with nonprofits, and we contract for services that we are looking to deliver, that we're not able to deliver, and I think that's probably the better way to go, rather than almost what would seem like a donation. I'd hate to make our CAN grants look like a donation center where we start receiving all these things, but if we're looking for, putting out an RFP and looking for a specific service to get done in our community, then at that point, we're already working with nonprofits, and that's the way that I would look at it, that's the best way to move forward.
Agreed. I've gotten, it's not just you. I've heard from other groups that wanted some access,
So perhaps these groups could be invited to this Zoom meeting we'll have with the Cannabis Tax Committee, and to make them aware of other grant opportunities they can apply for to the state. I mean, if we're talking about agencies that serve youth, they would certainly be part of that group.
Patrick, wouldn't that website also have other grants, not just youth?
Yeah, unfortunately, the state doesn't really have a central clearinghouse that provides great descriptions of all these. But you are correct. Some of these provide more than just youth. There's multiple cannabis grants. The other important point is that some of these include carve-outs for community organizations and tribal government. So in some of these grants, they're holding 50% of funding for tribal government or community groups. So, and some of them you can also co-sponsor. A government agency can partner with a nonprofit in order to get a higher grant amount if they're willing to sign on together. And it strengthens your application. So there's actually there's a lot of different options. And I probably need to dig into that a little bit more. I didn't go that deep.
Would there be options for like art installations and art nonprofits? Because that seems like a more appropriate place for them to be applying.
That would be outside the purview of cannabis. I think those would be other state grants, and that's something I'm not too familiar with.
And Supervisor Simon, were you going to say something?
No, my thought was the same as Carol's. When we're looking at these opportunities, when we talk about youth opportunities, I think the art industry does work with you, so I think there may be a tie there. That would be my thought. If you're talking about arts or you're talking about other stuff that's going to engage that youth opportunities through the cannabis grants, that's where I would say for the nonprofits, because I'm in complete support of it. And I think the committee, we could do that groundwork, and then we could have another conversation coming up in September if we can't make those nexuses. So anyway, that's my thought on it. I really look at that being the collaboration point over the next few months with the committee to really flesh out those situations and opportunities right now.
And I do know that for example, the Cannabis Alliance has carbon copied the Wine Alliance grant program so that communities, nonprofits can attempt to get grants directly from them rather than having to go through the county itself. And just like any nonprofit, I would say reach out and ask, because closed mouths don't get fed.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because that is along the lines of what I was thinking. Is we have a whole new industry in our county with a lot of profits being made, and that's an untapped market for nonprofits to really be aggressive and assertive with their funding wants and desires from these new partners.
Sorry if I let the cat out of the bag too early for them. They're going to get bombarded all of a sudden.
But if we
Welcome
can
to the club.
help, but we can help facilitate those relationships too. I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, I've been able to facilitate that relationship with the Rural Arts Initiative, with cannabis growers. That's how we're getting some fish sculptures in the city of Clear Lake right now. Just saw one was installed this morning. So I mean, it's also, we're here to connect the dots for those nonprofits to be able to access funds wherever it's possible. So.
Right. Most of the time when they meet or with a community or whatever the case may be, that's one of the comments is they want to give money to the community is what they say. So let's put their money where their mouth is what I think I hear you saying, and I appreciate that. That's what they're saying.
I've heard it too.
Any further comments before we open it up for the public? We've had somebody very patient with us, Elizabeth Larson from Lake County News. If there's no further comments, let's go ahead and open it up and unmute Elizabeth Larson. Welcome to our dinner side chat. Uh-oh, we're not hearing you. You're unmuted, but we are not hearing you. Still not hearing you. I'm not seeing your microphone moving, so it doesn't seem like your microphone is on, or it's not getting your audio. And I believe Matthew is still on here with us since he is the pilot. I do see him. Is it possible for you to provide Elizabeth Larson with the phone number to call into this meeting? That way maybe through her cell phone she can call in.
Yeah, absolutely. Just one moment.
It's our only public comment of the day. I'd hate to miss it.
Yes, so the phone number is 669-900-6833. Again, that is 669-900-6833. And once you're connected to that number, you'll enter the webinar ID and passcode to appear on the board agenda. The webinar ID is 952-9577-3063, 952-9577-3063. The passcode is 570411.
And we'll give that about 30 seconds to a minute. Just to not wait, real quick, looking at what is next on our requirements to move forward. We have some resolutions to, well, obviously first we need to finalize these budget items. Then afterwards we have some resolutions as well that we need to pass. Position allocation, is that it?
Yeah, there's no other resolution, so
Okay, so just one resolution. Obviously, you've gotten your consensus for both the tax policy and we briefly spoke about TOT. I know Supervisor Simon mentioned that he wanted to move forward with those changes in our support for the TID. I have not heard from myself or anyone else. I'm in support of moving forward in that direction. Is everyone else? So we have a 4-0 consensus. So that way you know what the policies need to look like on the way back in September. And so then we just have to finalize the budget item and resolution, and hopefully we can get Elizabeth Larson in here. Actually, we have another hand. We have Jennifer Smith. If Jennifer Smith can be unmuted.
Elizabeth Larson.
Hi, Board. Thanks for your very long day. I just wanted to touch base and say that the cannabis industry really appreciates all the study work that's being done on the cannabis tax, and looking forward to some different distributions of it. Definitely open to having you connect us with people who want to access our grant money. For years, the cannabis industry has had a stigma and people have not wanted to accept our money. And so hopefully as we become a greater part of the community, our resources can be shared widely, not only through our tax dollars, but through our own company programs, direct sponsorships, event sponsorships, and working together with our community. Yesterday's topic, working together to save water. But appreciate the look at this, the deep dive. One thing that has been done that I would like to see some consideration in the future maybe is direct use of our tax dollars for, oh, what's that phrase? Help me out. Anyways, when you have an agreement with the
development agreement?
Thank you. Development agreements with the county, so perhaps our tax dollars get used on specific projects. Not sure if that's possible in Lake County, but sometimes private funding can go a lot further than public funding. So it's just an option that perhaps could be looked at in a further study. And super excited that Lake County is going to look into its own study, a financial impact study. I know that in other counties, the numbers have been astronomical in terms of jobs and with the money we contribute to the actual community overall. So thanks for spending so much time on this chapter of your day. Thanks.
And thank you for spending it with us.
I have a question. Jennifer, one of the comments that I received from a nonprofit was that they didn't feel like they legally could accept cannabis money. And if we can legally accept cannabis money, I would say that they could. But could you kind of clear up that misconception?
Sure. The only thing that can't be done with cannabis money is it cannot be directly deposited by a cannabis farmer into a federally insured bank. So anybody can accept our money. Most of us do have checking accounts. It's just that we can't put our money into a federally insured bank. Anybody that touches cannabis directly. So for example, the Lake County Cannabis Alliance, because it is an advocacy group that does not touch cannabis itself, that money can go into a bank.
Okay, so is that where the nonprofits would get their grant? You have a grant program from the Alliance?
We do. We stole it. We didn't steal, copied it from the wine growers.
Okay, right. So I could put a nonprofit in touch with you.
Please do.
Okay.
The money's just sitting there.
How much money, if you don't mind I ask?
It's nominal. It's $5,000 dedicated, but farmers, individual companies have, because we're a small group.
Yes.
We don't have the large membership yet, but farmers have also pledged on a case-by-case basis to support projects that the organization cannot.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And let's go ahead and try phone 4550, as I believe that is Elizabeth Larson.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. I had some questions going back to the human resources section of the administrative office's presentation. It was mentioned that there's going to be a second phase of the class comp study, and I'm curious about what that involves. And also in comparison, I'm also curious about the first phase of the class comp study and if that improves recruitment. I thought I heard your HR director say you hired 167 employees, but also lost 167 this year. I could have misheard that. I'm also curious about whether or not the first phase of the class comp resulted in raises for deputies. Last I understood is the deputies were still in negotiation, but I was curious if they've gotten any raises yet.
And I will let our CAO Hutchinson respond to that.
So to answer your first question, the next phase is still in development. So we don't have that information yet. We're just getting back to the bargaining table with the deputy sheriffs. We meet with them this week. We are actively bargaining with the correctional officers. And then the question of whether or not the study implementation at the level it was implemented has made a difference in our recruitment outcomes. Pam, you may want to add to this in a more statistical manner, but what I'll say informally is not yet, because we've had a pandemic in the middle of it. And so Pam, do you want to add to that?
That's what my comment was going to be. It's very hard to tell, and that 167 includes our extra help positions. So those kind of ebb and flow throughout the year. So I think time will tell as we ease out of this pandemic.
And so then I think the last question was, have the deputy sheriffs gotten anything yet? No, because we're just starting to bargain with them again.
Now, just a quick follow-up on the ebb and flow that Pam mentioned. As part of your recruitment, does your budget this year have anything in it for either developing policies or whatever would be needed to support continuing work at home as a benefit or as a recruitment tool?
We've made our remote working policy a permanent one, and so county department heads have the option to manage that with their employees and determine what works and what doesn't, depending on the nature of the work. And so there is continuing to be a lot of that. In fact, some department heads talked about how well it's working earlier today for their departments. So we haven't used it specifically yet as a marketing tool, but our departments are using it quite a lot still.
Do you think there's openness to using it as a marketing tool just to make the county a competitive recruiter?
Well, we would have to have direction from the department heads relative to the recruitments for specific positions, because it would vary from position type and department. And so if the department heads wanted that used as a recruitment tool, it could be. I don't believe they've requested that specifically, have they, Pam, to like put that on job flyers and such?
No, not as of yet. I think it will be a benefit for those positions that are able to telecommute. as it works. But, generally as a new position, it's not going to come in straight telecommuting because you need to get through the training process. But I think it is a benefit, definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. All right, so that does it for our public comments. And let's go back to the approvals of the budget items that we just went over.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve Budget Unit 10011, 10012, 10014, 1072, 1120, 1124, 1341, 1778, 1781, 1794, 1796, 1892, 1918, 2101, 2106, 2111, 2115, 2305, 799, 9, 8826, 8894, 9917, and 9918.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Simon and a second from Supervisor Pyska. I think we're all tired. Johanna, thank you for hanging in there with us. Roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
So then, Mr. Chair, the final actions of the day, we're recommending your board adopt the resolution amending the position allocation chart for fiscal year 2021 to 22 to conform to the recommended budget.
Aye for the resolution.
The resolution has been offered quietly by Supervisor Crandall.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Next, we need you to authorize by motion the purchase of certain capital assets prior to the approval of the adopted budget.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Simon, second by Supervisor Crandall. Johanna, I believe this is our last roll. Oh, man.
One more.
Roll call, please.
Okay. All right, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
So all day long, you have been approving budgets by department. But I think just as the final act, we'd like you to go on record as approving the entire fiscal year 2021-22 budget, recommended budget. So again, it's approved by motion, the fiscal year 2021-22 recommended budget.
So I am so sorry, one last question I forgot to ask. We pay for the salary of, I believe we pay for the salary of First Five Executive Director, and I couldn't find where, we don't? So she's on our position allocation, but that money comes from First Five but goes through us?
So the First Five allocation pays for her salary, but the position is based out of the health department. And there's also an administrative assistant type of support position as well, or at least there used to be. Three now.
And what budget unit does First Five come from? Because I couldn't find it. If I can get that in my email, that would be great, so we can move on. But that was one of my things that I could not find and link and connect when I was going through the budget.
Heard it today.
Okay, so while they may have that by the time you're done
Yeah.
taking your final action. So again, we're asking that you approve by motion
The full budget.
the full budget, fiscal year 2021-22 recommended budget.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Simon.
Does this change
With
it?
the change to the overall
Okay.
budget of 307,498,431, please.
Thank you, Stephen.
So moved with the revision,
Amended amount.
amended amount.
As amended.
As amended.
And still second by
Second,
Supervisor
yes.
Crandall. All right. Again, it was a motion by Supervisor
Thank you,
Simon,
Kathy.
second by Supervisor Crandall.
Caught it all.
Roll call, please, Johanna.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
And Johanna, Stephen will follow up with you to make sure you got all of that last minute detail.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm more than happy to say thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Ooh,
Thank you,
10.5
Sam.
hours.
I feel like we bonded.